All right, let's jump right in. What if I told you that rainbows aren't what you think they are? What if they were actually signatures of a hidden technology that powers our entire world? Today, we're unpacking the worldview of a group called APM Research, and that's exactly what they claim. Now, just so we're clear, everything we're about to cover comes directly from their own research and documents. We're just laying it all out to understand a reality that challenges, well, pretty much everything.
Okay, so this quote right here, this is the key. This is the starting point for their entire worldview. They take something we all know, something we see all the time, a rainbow, and they completely flip it on its head. They say it's not just some light bouncing off raindrops, but the visible signature of a massive hidden piece of tech. So, you're probably wondering, how in the world do you get from a rainbow to a whole new reality? Well, they lay it out in 5 key parts. We're going to start with the rainbow itself, then dive into what they call angels, halos, and plasma. After that, we'll look at their map of the true Earth, decode some sacred sites, and finally, put it all together to ask, is our world a construct?
All right, first up, beyond the rainbow's arch. We're always taught that a rainbow is just an optical illusion, right? It all depends on where you're standing. But APM Research says, nope, that's wrong. They believe it's a real physical thing. And get this, every single rainbow is a perfect circle. That's clue number 1.
So they're saying a rainbow isn't just a trick of perspective, it's a real thing in a real place. Think about it like this. When you use a garden hose to make a little rainbow on your lawn, you're not actually creating it. According to this theory, you're just making a tiny part of a much, much bigger invisible energy field visible. A field you're standing right inside of. Okay, so if it's not just light, what is it? What's actually making the rainbow? And that question brings us right to the heart of their theory, the engine that they believe powers our entire world. And it's supposedly right under our feet. The first piece of the puzzle is the word angels. But you gotta throw out everything you think you know about that word. We're not talking about celestial beings with wings. In their model, angels are actual physical machines. Think of them as the weather machines of the world. They're the tech that controls rain, wind, you name it. And they're located in what APM calls the underworld, basically right below us. So, how do these angel machines work? Well, they use something called halos. And again, not the rings of light you're picturing, nope. We're talking about 2 electromagnetic coils. There's a smaller one they call male and a larger one they call female. And they're designed to spin in opposite directions. And this is how they say it all comes together. You've got the male and female halos spinning against each other. This creates a really powerful electromagnetic field. That field then generates a big sphere of plasma. And the rainbow? That's just the edge of that plasma sphere becoming visible. Now, here's where it gets really interesting. They argue that this tech isn't some new discovery. It's been hidden in plain sight for thousands of years, encoded in ancient symbols. For example, when you put that smaller male halo over the larger female one, what shape do you get? They say it's a perfect match for the ancient Egyptian scarab beetle. Okay, let's follow this train of thought. If our world is really run by this huge network of hidden machines, then what does that mean for our maps? I mean, are our maps of the world even right? Well, according to APM Research, not even close. So forget the globe. And they say you can also throw out the common flat Earth map, the one you see on the left there. They argue both of those models just don't work with what we can actually observe. Instead, they put forward this map on the right, the UTM Transverse Mercator. They claim this is the real map of our world, just rolled out flat. But why this map? What's so special about it? Well, they say it solves a really big problem that other maps can't. Think about this. People in Australia, South America, and South Africa can all look south and see the same stars. On a globe, that just doesn't make sense. But on this map, it works perfectly because they're all looking towards the same southern center point. And on top of that, they claim this map lines up exactly with the grid system they decoded from the Nazca Lines down in Peru. And once you accept this map, a lot of other things start to change, including our history. The theory goes that World War II, it wasn't about what we're told in the history books. It was actually a fight to control the east and west perimeters, the edges of this map. And to keep us from figuring this out, they claim that all flight data, all shipping logs, everything is digitally manipulated, or flipped to make it look like we're traveling around the globe. Okay, so we've got a new map and a hidden network of machines. But where's the proof? Where is the stuff? According to the source material, the evidence is literally all around us. And our ancestors, they knew all about it and left us clues. So what are these clues? Well, first, they say to look at ancient sacred sites. All those star forts, old castles, and massive cathedrals, they weren't built in random places. They were built directly on top of these angel units. But it's not just buildings. They say to look at nature, too. Ever notice how wind seems to rush towards one central spot? Or how a rainstorm can have a perfectly straight edge? They see those as signs. Even a tornado, to them, that's just the visible vortex of one of these halos spinning up. So let's bring this all together. We have rainbows as signatures, hidden machines as engines, and a completely new map of the world. All of these pieces are building up to one huge final conclusion. And it's not just about weather or maps anymore. We're talking about the very nature of reality itself. One of the absolute cornerstones of this whole worldview is the idea of a cycle. They claim our world runs on a strict 400-year cycle. And at the end of every cycle, there's a massive catastrophic event they call a reset. And this isn't just a physical reset. They say it literally wipes the memories of whoever survives. So what does this all mean? Well, here it is. Their ultimate claim is that we are living inside a technological construct. And if that's true, then our history books, they aren't real. They're just a story, completely rewritten after every one of those 400-year resets. A story designed for one purpose, to keep us from ever knowing the truth about where we really are. You see, in the end, this goes way beyond just physics and maps. It's really a reimagining of spirituality. They put it this way themselves. There is a creator, and their glory is technology. So for them, what we think of as the natural world is anything but. It's actually the incredible, masterful engineering of a creator. So their whole thing is to encourage you to look at the world with fresh eyes, through this new lens, and just see what you think. We've just laid out their theory, based on their own documents. So the question for you is, the next time you look at a rainbow, what are you going to see? Just a trick of the light, or the signature of something else?
Hello, and welcome to APM Research, the 144,000, the Creator's Glory. First, I would like to apologise to the rest of the team and you, the people, for the delays in releasing this video. Real life situations are giving me less computer time, but it has also given me time to reflect, which we will get into later. If you have been following our research, you will see how we have decoded the Creator's glory to be technology in the underworld, and at the scripturally mentioned gates in the north, south, east and west. This technology has made its configuration very obvious with the sun and moon halos, and within holy books and many other avenues when decoded correctly. These are the scripturally mentioned angels, Anunnaki, cherubim, seraphim, Elohim, and many other names depending on the culture describing it. What you are all describing is the same Creator's glory. What we have decoded and revealed is going to shock you to the core. There is nothing in this world that can prepare you for what our research is revealing, and there is nothing you learned at school that can even begin to explain it. That being said, we have grown up being accustomed to technology, and with our guidance, research and decodings, and the science of Walter Russell, we can explain and piece this together for you to understand what Walter's work actually relates to. The Creator's glory. The angel technologies of the underworld that we have been decoding for some time now. Our research and decodings will guide you to the connections and true meanings of a great many subjects that all relate to the same conclusions. This is a technological construct which reveals a very intelligent creator. We apologize in advance for what you will experience as you absorb our research and decodings, as we know this is going to be a very painful process for some of you to come to terms with and comprehend. But do not despair, for the Creator and creation are indeed very real, as our research is proving. This information and knowledge is yours. It is everyone's. The Creator wanted you to know all of this. It was passed on from our ancestors in many ways so we never forget. Because there is an event that happens every 400 years. This event is a reset event, a change in our world's mechanisms. Now mainstream are going to call this event a pole shift event. We call it the Dark Ages in our history because this event can cause memory loss, genetic change, and of course the destruction we see recorded in history, and also what holy books and prophecies describe. Unscrupulous people can take advantage of these events, and that is what we are seeing in history. What we decoded from the Book of Miracles helped us to decode this reset and some of the changes the world will see. This includes seeing the sun halo. This is the angel technology revealing itself. Our end times, revelations and prophecy decoded videos will help you see and understand some of these events. From what we see, the Creator's glory has never adequately been explained until now. And it is this glory we have been revealing over the past 4 years. This glory, when decoded correctly, matches the technology and working descriptions of the technology man is calling a particle accelerator. What we are revealing is that they were already here. There are 144,000 to locate, and we are going to help you locate them all. Our research also shows you the science and knowledge the ancients used, as they understood the workings of this world very well. So from here on in, when I use the name angel, just remember I refer to the technology man calls a particle accelerator. To the tribes of the world, please take this information to your tribal leaders, and they will know I speak the sacred knowledge of the unspoken things. They will remember this, and they will know the signs. Show them this video, it is so very important, because religion, spirituality, tribal dances, glyphs, sacred geometry, prophecies, jewellery, songs, mandalas, which are your blueprints to your world, Even your flags and a great many other things are there to remind you what this world is and how it works. You will see many of these aforementioned topics come to life in our research and decodings as we explore our true world and put everything back into its original context so you can understand what it all really relates to. We're going to start with some updates on the 400-year reset. If you haven't seen our other videos on this subject, they are in our playlist. Here's Amanda.
Hello everyone, my name is Amanda, otherwise known as Boris Chops. I've been following APM Research for 2 years now with keen interest. To me, it's by far the closest research to reality that I've come across in regards to world mechanics and decodings of the clues the ancients left us in their art and writings. Today we are going to take a deeper look into DNA and the effects the environment can have on it in the present and in the past, including some of the errors that can occur. From the moment fertilisation occurs, the cells begin to divide, creating new cells from existing ones. The cells of the embryo divide rapidly, and so the embryo is quickly to become a fetus, a tiny human complete with internal organs and body system comprising tissues made up of specialist cell types. It's the genetic code that controls these early developmental processes. After birth, there is another period of rapid growth, new cells constantly forming by repeated cell division. DNA is primarily located within the nucleus of each cell, where it is contained in structures known as chromosomes. Each plant and animal and human cell has a copy of the organism's genetic material. This DNA carries a complete blueprint of the characteristics from one generation to the next. The differences between plants, animals and humans are pretty obvious, but at the chemical level, the core cells have DNA in the same shape as the double helix and are made from the same 4 chemical building blocks called nucleotides. What could possibly go wrong?
Conjoined twins Lazarus and Johannes Baptista were born in 1617 in Genoa, Italy, and lived their life touring the freak shows in 17th century Europe. Johannes was growing out of Lazarus' chest and could not speak or hardly move, but just made slight noises. Lazarus was known to be courteous and handsome. He married and fathered 2 children, none of which inherited his condition. Josephine Corbin was born on the 12th of May 1868 to normal parents, although physicians noted the parents looked more like kin. Her disorder gave her 2 separate pelvises side by side from the waist down as a result of her body axis splitting as it developed. Only her outer legs were strong enough to walk, as the centre pair were too weak. Josephine worked as a performer in the sideshows and had 5 children with her husband James. Ella Harper, known as the Camel Girl, was born on the 5th of January 1870 with a rare condition that caused her knees to bend backwards. This disorder is called congenital genu recurvatum. Her preference to walk on all 4s was what resulted in her nickname. She made good money performing, but gave it up to pursue other interests and later married and bore 1 daughter called Mabel. Bill Dirks, aka the man with 3 eyes, was born in April of 1913 to completely normal parents. Bill suffered from a disorder called frontonasal dysplasia, which gave him a deep cleft going down the middle of his face, resulting in the illusion of having two faces. Although pictured here as having a third eye, Bill actively used to paint on an eye in the cavity as part of his stage act. Bill married a fellow performer called Mildred, aka the alligator-skinned woman. It should be noted that none of the offspring born to these interesting people inherited the disorders that their parents bore.
Well, nothing in life is perfect, so let's take a look at what can cause defects and mutations in this very fragile system. DNA polymerase enzymes are amazingly particular with respect to their choice of nucleotides during DNA synthesis, ensuring that the bases added to a growing strand are correctly paired with their complements on the template strand. Nonetheless, these enzymes do make mistakes, at a rate of 1 per every 100,000 nucleotides. Incorrectly paired nucleotides that still remain following mismatch self-repair become permanent mutations after the next cell division. This is because once such mistakes are established, the cell no longer recognises them as errors. When these mistakes are not corrected, the incorrectly sequenced DNA strand serves as a template for future replication events, causing all the base pairings thereafter to be wrong. Although most mutations are believed to be caused by replication errors, they can also be caused by various environmentally induced and spontaneous changes to DNA, like weather, diet, chemicals, radiation, and even negative thoughts. These causes are known as mutagens, and in modern times we are surrounded by influences that permanently mutate our genes. By looking back through history, what could be causing the mutations documented in old writings and art? As covered in the End Times series of videos, we can see evidence of this happening long before radio, Wi-Fi and television transmissions were invented. Even a simple little plant like the clover can be infected by environment alone. This plant, for the most part, produces 3 leaves, with the odd exception of 4. However, a particularly hot summer can alter the DNA, so it keeps producing more 4-leaved versions of itself. I myself found my first 4-leaf clover in the midst of a heat wave when I was 44. With environmental factors in mind, let's take a look at an interesting discovery made by Jon Thorsson, an Icelandic meteorologist, in 1951. He found what appeared to be, at first glance, a herd of small, furry creatures moving very slowly around in a uniform manner, but on closer inspection realised that they were actually squishy pillows of moss that were not attached by any roots. He named his find glacier mice, which they are still known as today. In more recent years, these glacier mice have been tracked and monitored to try and find out exactly what they're up to. Over a period of 2 months, a selection of around 30 of the herd were tagged and monitored, and it became apparent that their movements were not just random, but rather a group effort following a certain predictable pattern. Unlike tumbleweeds that are just blowing around in the wind, these mossy little critters are rolling together at the same rate of 2.5 centimetres per day. Upon revisiting the glacier mice over the year, they could all be seen to travel slowly to the south, then start to speed up and deviate to the west before slowing down again towards west. We have looked at nature's patterns of motion previously in APM Research and see it with many animal and plant species. Glacier mice will not just grow anywhere, their environment has to be just right. They can be found in Iceland, Alaska, Chile, Svalbard and Venezuela, and can live between 5 and 6 years. Mainstream science still cannot fully explain this natural phenomenon away with just solar radiation and temperature reactions alone. In this era of high tech that we find ourselves, is it any wonder that there is an increase in genetic disorders and so many different types of cancer? It has long been foretold that this is not the way we should be living, for the good of humanity, the animals and the earth. In 1958, on a hot summer's day, a minister named David Young stopped to offer a ride to an Indian elder, who accepted with a nod. After riding for several minutes, the Indian said, "I am White Feather, a Hopi of the ancient Bear clan. In my long life I have travelled through this land, seeking my brothers and learning from them many things of wisdom. I have followed all the sacred paths of my people who inhabit the forests and many lakes in the east, the land of ice and the long nights in the north, and the places of the holy altars built many years ago by my brothers' fathers in the south. From all these I have heard stories of the past and the prophecies of the future. Today many of the prophecies have turned to stories, and a few are left. The past grows longer and the future grows shorter. This is the first sign. We are told of the coming of the white-skinned men, like Bahana but not living like Bahana men, who took the land that was not theirs, and men who struck their enemies with thunder. The second sign. Our lands will see the coming of spinning wheels filled with voices. In his youth my father saw this prophecy come true with his own eyes, which was the white man bringing their families in wagons across the prairies. The third sign. A strange beast like buffalo, but with long horns, will overrun the land in large numbers. These White Feather saw with his own eyes, which was the coming of the white men's cattle. The fourth sign. The land shall be crossed with snakes of iron. The fifth sign. The land shall be crisscrossed by a giant spider's web. The sixth sign. The land shall be crisscrossed with rivers of stone that make pictures in the sun. The seventh sign. You will hear of the sea turning black and many living things dying because of it. The eighth sign. You will see many youth who wear their hair long, like my people, come and join the tribal nations to learn their ways and wisdom. And this is the ninth sign. You will hear of a dwelling place in the heavens above the earth that shall fall with a great crash. It will appear as a blue star. Very soon after this, the ceremonies of my people will cease. Many of my people, understanding the prophecies, shall be safe. There will be much to rebuild, and soon, very soon, afterwards Bahana will return. He shall bring with him the dawn of the fifth world. But White Feather shall not see it. I am old and dying. Perhaps you will see it in time. The old Indian fell silent. They had arrived at his destination, and Reverend Young stopped to let him out of his car. The Reverend died in 1976, so did not live to see the further fulfilment of this remarkable prophecy. The signs interpreted as follows. The first sign is of guns. The second is of the pioneers' covered wagons. The third sign is the longhorn cattle. The fourth sign describes the railroad tracks. The fifth sign is a clear image of our electric power and phone wires. The sixth sign describes concrete highways and their mirage-producing effects. The seventh sign foretells of oil spills in the oceans. The eighth sign clearly indicates the hippie movement of the 60s. The ninth sign was the US Skylab that fell to the ground in 1979, which, according to an Australian eyewitness, appeared to be a burning blue light. The Hopi also predicted that when the heart of the Hopi Land Trust is dug up, great disturbances will develop in the balance of nature, for the Hopi land is a microcosmic image of the entire world. Any violations of nature in the Four Corners regions will be reflected and amplified all over the earth. The Hopi Indians are the keepers of the Native Americans. They call this age the fourth age of man, and according to them, the earth has been wiped clean 3 times already. First by fire, second by ice, and most recently by flood, approximately 11,000 to 12,000 years ago. They also state we are about to enter the fifth age, which they called the world of illumination, which seems to coincide with the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Hopis say we need to return to the earth, and one way to do that is to restore our bodies to health by eating natural grain, wheat, rice and corn. We need to stop fighting each other, as the people are not the enemy, the corporations are the enemy, as they are greedy and take profits now without regard to the future or environment. The Hopi are fully aware of the Earth's cycles and effects on living beings and plant life. They try to live and encourage others to live within nature rather than against it, to ensure our survival through an end times event, which they see as a new beginning. We are creating now what our tomorrow shall be. A few wise words and accurate predictions there from the Hopi people, who share their knowledge to try and help us all and Mother Earth, although ultimately we are at the mercy of Earth's cycles. In the 1800s, a very important discovery was made by Gregor Johann Mendel, a friar from the Augustinian Abbey of St. Thomas in the Czech Republic, but was not realised until after his death. There he grew and studied the common pea plant, Pisum sativum, and crossbred many different plant combinations, observing and recording several different characteristics of plants. He noted seeds, colour, shape, stem length, position of flowers on the stem, and the colour of the pods. He did this with such intricate detail across several generations that he was able to determine that the transmitted traits he observed resembled either one plant or the other, and not an amalgamation of the two, as scientists before him had assumed. Over a period of 8 years, he conducted experiments on his pea plants to determine how this happens. He published his findings in 1865, when he concluded that there were 3 laws that determined how traits are inherited: the law of dominance, the law of segregation, and the law of independent assortment. This type of biological inheritance is still known as Mendelian inheritance and has been added to over the years by subsequent scientists. Mendel's work lives on today in our understanding of the different patterns of inheritance. We now know that the unit of hereditary that he observed to convey a trait from the generation to the next is in fact a gene. Today, geneticists construct pedigrees and look for clues that might reveal how a particular trait or disease is being transmitted, either autosomal or sex-linked, and dominant or recessive. These studies are still going on, so there is still much to learn, as we know from the reported 2% DNA they label as junk DNA. Surely it has a purpose. In genetics, we see the study of hereditary traits transmitted through the DNA from one generation to the next. However, what matters in epigenetics are the chemical tags interspersed throughout the genetic code that can impact upon the way the genes work. In other words, epigenetics is the study of the chemical modification to the DNA and the effects they have on the genome. Unlike DNA itself, a small number of these tags are passed on to the next generation, but mostly the epigenetic slate is wiped clean, or so it is thought. The importance of epigenetics in our health and well-being is becoming clearer every year that goes by. During the Dutch famine of 1944 to 1945, 20,000 people were reported to have died of starvation. A number of women were pregnant during this time, and research followed these women and babies in order to understand the consequences of adverse nutrition in mothers' and babies' long-term health. The results showed that the children in the Dutch Hunger Winter Cohort study grew up to have higher levels of cholesterol in their blood, a risk factor of heart disease and stroke, and higher incidence of obesity, diabetes and mental health problems such as schizophrenia. They were followed well into their 60s, and it seems the individuals had a higher rate of mortality compared with others their age, whose mothers were not victims of a famine.
Pictured here is Audrey Hepburn, the actress, and her mother, Baroness Ella van Hemstra. Ella was Dutch and the family were caught up in the 1944 to 1945 famine. Audrey had lifelong negative repercussions, suffering from anemia, respiratory illness, and fluid retention as an adult.
Researchers studied their DNA profiles and found a different pattern in them, raising the possibility that epigenetic memory somehow mediated the link between poor nutrition in the womb and later adverse effects upon health. Exactly how this happens is still a mystery. Scientists hope that epigenetics will give the answers to questions such as how does environmental exposure to certain factors alter the fundamental workings of the DNA and what happens to these processes in the course of a human life. It is well known that identical twins are not fundamentally alike, yet they have the same genetic code. So what accounts for the differences? It has long been thought that twins' environment, exposures to certain factors such as environment, sleep, illness and trauma are disparate between twins. So in the context of nature versus nurture, epigenetics is emerging as a main driver behind the effect of environmental exposure on our health. It plays an important role early in life during embryonic development and is a key factor in organ development.
Lovely presentation and updates on the 400-year reset, Amanda. What Amanda is showing you are the cyclic events of this reset humanity has to face every 400 years. There are several afflictions humanity undergoes in this realm, and this is just one of them. DNA change due to a reset event, of which we will go deeper into later. The map and grid you see on screen are the map and model we work with. We have come to find the international date lines are fake, hiding where the luminaries come from and go to, and anything else beyond. They are a mental block, the edge of the globe. The Arctic and Antarctic restrictions are not the only locations hiding more secrets. No shipping or aircraft cross the international date lines. The data is being flipped to appear to be. They are really using routes in the north over Greenland to cross the map, and the same must be happening in the south. GPS your flight and compare it to the flipped data recordings found on Flight Radar 24. World War II was all about taking control of the perimeters, and it has never stopped. In 1947, a US fleet sailed to Antarctica in search of Nazi war criminals. A year later, the US built the world's first nuclear power station. Admiral Byrd mentioned land south of the South Pole. He was not speaking of the globe. On Antarctica, here's one conscience.
Mainstream science news. High energy particles discovered in Antarctica. Scientists are baffled. What do they actually do to earn their paychecks? They spend most of their time baffled. Always baffled because they are so compartmentalized, they cannot understand the full picture. They are stuck decoding data and attempting to use a globe model. They will continue to be baffled, which is sad because they can't see the full picture under this guise. They will always have more questions than answers, and that's too bad considering how much they probably paid for their degree. So, our baffled scientists have been studying a fountain of high-energy particles using NASA instruments in Antarctica, and may have discovered evidence of what they are calling proof of a universe parallel to our own. Well, I'm disagreeing with that. However, let's continue to see what they're talking about. The baffling discovery of cosmic ray-like particles streaming from the ice was first dismissed by scientists as background noise. This was detected in 2014 and 2016 by NASA's Antarctic Impulsive
transient antenna, also known as ANITA. The ANITA experiment has been designed to study ultra-high energy cosmic neutrinos, detecting the radio pulses emitted by their interactions with the Antarctic ice sheet. This is to be accomplished by using an array of radio antennas suspended from a helium balloon flying at a height of about 37,000 meters, which is about 122,000 feet in the air. The neutrinos, which are subatomic particles with a mass close to zero, produce radio pulses in the ice because of the Icarian effect. This effect is also known as Icarian radiation, and is the phenomenon where a particle is traveling faster than the phase velocity of light in a dense dielectric, such as salt or ice. This Icarian effect produces a shower of secondary charged particles which contain a charade anisotropy and thus emits a cone of coherent radiation in the radio or microwave part of the electromagnetic spectrum. So what is really going on here is the neutrinos are neutral particles, and when it enters the angel below, it then becomes a positive or negative, which is the secondary charged particle they are talking about. They will then come up from the ground into the cones, which is where ANITA is then collecting the data and recording when each of these angels come online. We can see this in the corrected diagram I made. Also note that when the opposing force comes into the equation, we get what is called a bow shock. We will go more into detail about that here shortly. So of course scientists are baffled that the particles in Antarctica are streaming from the ground up, a feat normally considered impossible for high energy particles. They have stated they resemble an upside down cosmic ray shower, and it looked just like a cosmic ray as seen a reflection off the ice sheet, but wasn't being reflected. They said it was as if the cosmic ray had come out of the ground itself. As you can see in the animation, this is really the effect they are seeing. As we delve deeper into this information, we discover this observatory is buried a mile deep into the ice. A cosmic ray observatory buried into the underworld should raise some flags with you all. I know it does for me. So they are saying they are observing some of the most distant and violent phenomenon in the cosmos, such as colliding black holes, galaxies with superviolent cores, and mysterious gamma ray bursts. All this is being observed from down in the earth. Let that sink in for just a moment. Let's see what this observatory looks like. What it seems that's really going on here is they are digging down into one of our angel rooms. What they're talking about is the happenings in the underworld. Here, they show us what they say is coming down from outer space. But when we switch it over to our map, it makes a lot more sense. We can see the below going to the above, connecting and coming back down. This is how the halos are created. So what they have been talking about are the cones that we have been working with from Walter Russell's work. The height of the halos and the cone angles, along with the power being generated, will each have a different effect. These are created by the angels, or what mainstream now calls particle accelerators, as we have stated before. This is science's feeble attempt to try to deceive us with outer space and alternate universe theories to fulfill their agenda. When you have APM eyes, it is easy to understand what scientists are talking about and be able to show the cause of the effects. We also see this mirroring in our stars. When I plotted these across the map, we realized that we see a perfect mirror in the heavens. We can see this in this example. Scientists say all this could have been created in the Big Bang. Well, this mirroring is true with all luminaries, and the Big Bang would be the turning on of this glory. Think on a grand scale of electricity, magnetism, and chemical reactions. The halo lattice is one way we can see this. In the atmosphere, it has been recorded of threefold rotational symmetrical crystal particles that are inconsistent of the known ice particles of hexagonal symmetry. What these are consistently seen in, though, are the peri-arc halos, and show that they have a distinct radiative properties that differ from hexagonal ice crystals. Now remember, what is above is below. So if we see this all together, all turned on and all working at once, it would be similar to what you're seeing here. The as above, so below would still hold true, and the mirroring would still be the same. Below we have all the causes occurring, and above we see the effects. This is the Big Bang.
I have been gazing into the vortex, probing it, decoding its secrets and sharing them with you. Since my very first video nearly 5 years ago, I have been decoding what the Milky Way is, how it works and interacts with our environment, what it is responsible for and what its effects are. I have revealed its presence in data, identified and modelled how it is involved in our seasons, explained what the spirals and glyphs represent, how I termed its functions as the spiralling pressure waves of electromagnetism, how its function is locked in between the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer, and a whole lot more. I have practically written the book on what the Milky Way is. Now this information is being heavily suppressed in this community. These people that aren't sharing it are holding you back, and for all the wrong reasons. This information should be shared far and wide. It is world-changing information and very important. Our Milky Way is a spiraling vortex of alternating current. It programs the ether and the waters, and yes, I said programs. The electric dipoles that exist in air and water are constantly being programmed with positives and negatives of various potentials and colour. Different colours of the spectrum contain different electric potential. We live and breathe in a sea of alternating current, ladies and gentlemen. This was termed the ether or quintessence in ancient times. When I gazed into this spiraling vortex, I saw what Nikola Tesla and Walter Russell saw. I experienced their revelations and realizations. It is overwhelming, in more ways than I can describe. But I continue on and try to show in my research and explanations how we are revealing the Creator's glory, because this is what it is a part of. It is the primary driver in this realm. In 2D it looks like a sine wave, which in 3D is a spiral. It is our Milky Way, or Milky Wave as I call it. It has many names, as you can see on screen, and features in every culture's knowledge. In my first video I added these sine waves. Later in our Heaven and Hell video I decoded the Milky Way as a sine wave, and in our interview with Robin. I showed an animation of what the waveforms are doing. They also featured in our Angels Decoded video. This is Rahu and Ketu, the Yin Yang, and many other names. Now in 3D what we are working with are spirals, and this is what they look like. What they are doing is rotating the ether across a horizontal plane. This mixes the positives and negatives, which not only help create daylight, but helps power our sun and other luminaries. It is also alternating current. During the day the moon takes second place. There are two spirals which help power our sun. The moon gives its light to the sun, Enoch mentions. This means that the sun is king and takes priority, which is why our moon isn't illuminated during the day. By night there is only one half of the waveform present, our Milky Way, which is what gives the moon its light. The second waveform has shut down to create what we call night, but will start again at the next sunrise, you can be assured. You may be surprised to find that you can have daylight without a sun. The sun is its own light, as is the moon. Both rely on these primary drivers, spiraling forces that work together to create day and night. There are obviously other waveforms to decode for each major luminary, as the speed they cross the plane with varies greatly. And I think this is related to different waveforms, different frequencies and different wavelengths. The shortwave luminaries seem to take longer to travel across. Here's Sandra with some lovely research.
As most of you probably know, the dragon is represented in many forms throughout the world, and this is for a very special reason. A reason you must never forget. Here is some of your memory back from APM Research, and this is what it represents. In what is perhaps one of the most popular traditions in Chinese culture, the dragon dance comes to life every Chinese New Year. The dragon dance is performed by a team, forming a long flexible figure of a dragon, with 9 performers, each holding up a section of the dragon. We at APM Research believe these 9 performers are representative of the 9 octaves from Walter Russell's chart, and also the venturi on Walter Russell's motor. But most importantly, it represents the sine wave we decoded from the Milky Way. During the dance, the dragon will weave and undulate to the beat of a percussion band, just as our sine wave does. Sometimes the dance includes 2 dragons, a male and a female. We at APM Research believe these to represent the positive and negative sine waves. In the dragon dance, along with the 9 performers holding the dragon, there is another performer ahead of the dragon, holding a spherical object, known as the pearl. From the oldest ancient depictions of the pearl, the dragon is chasing the sun. As time passed, artists depicted the sun as white rather than red. Legend then said that the dragon was seeking the night-shining pearl, which resembles the white form of the full moon. As the dragon devours the pearl, less and less of the pearl is seen, and appears as a waning moon. As the dragon disgorges the pearl, more and more of the pearl is seen, and now it appears as a waxing moon, and this is thought to symbolize the endless cycle of transition. Today, several independent researchers connect both the enclosing serpent and primordial sun to the axis mundi, a column said to have once risen from the earth to the sky. This suggests that the cross-cultural theme of the glowing serpent and orb might have been inspired by intense plasma discharge in the atmosphere, perhaps comparable to the aurora, but much more powerful. Because the dragon is a special animal from the east, the pearl would suggest it represents the sun. But we know different, don't we, FPV? Let's take another look at the pearly gates. It now gives me great pleasure to introduce to you again the 12 pearly gates of heaven. The 12 gates in Revelation 21 belong to the New Jerusalem, which comes down from heaven to the new earth, verse 10. Shining with the glory of God, verse 11. John describes the city. It had a great high wall with 12 gates, and with 12 angels at the gates. On the gates were written the names of the 12 tribes of Israel, verse 12. The gates are miraculous in their construction. The 12 gates were 12 pearls, each gate made of one single pearl, verse 21. And the gates of the New Jerusalem will never shut, verse 25. The pearl was esteemed of the greatest value among the ancients. It is an appropriate emblem of the highest truth. It is the only precious stone which the art and skill of man cannot improve. Introducing the 3 gates in the north, the gate of Reuben, the gate of Judah, and the gate of Levi. Introducing the 3 gates in the east, the gate of Joseph, the gate of Benjamin, and the gate of Dan. Introducing the 3 gates in the south, the gate of Simeon, the gate of Issachar, and the gate of Zebulun. Introducing the 3 gates in the west, the gate of Gad, the gate of Asher, and the gate of Naphtali. The gates of the New Jerusalem never close. There are eternal safety and peace in the New Jerusalem. There are no enemies to shut the gates against. Access to the heavenly kingdom on the new earth is free and unhindered, and the glory and honour of the nations will be brought into it. Revelation 21:26. The gates face every direction of the compass, and their perpetual openness invites everyone to partake of the goodness of God's grace. See Revelation 22:17. Welcome to the realm. When we look back into human history, it wasn't just the Chinese that carried forward the ancient messages for us to decipher. Many different cultures show us the sine wave. The Aztecs, Inca, Egyptian, Roman, Mayan and Aborigines all left us messages to decipher. It's the Creator's glory in many forms. The Rainbow Serpent, an Aboriginal story from Australia. Long ago in the Dreamtime, a group of Aboriginals were out hunting. After many hours they grew tired and decided to rest, and as they sat around telling stories and warming their hands by the fire, one of them looked up. There on the horizon was a beautiful multicoloured arch, a rainbow. But the Aboriginals thought that it was a serpent moving from one waterhole to another, and they were frightened as they did not want the huge brightly coloured serpent in a waterhole near their camp. But they were grateful that he did not seem to be moving too near their own waterhole. One young man wanted to know more about the rainbow serpent, so when he returned home he asked the old men of his tribe why the hunters had been scared of the rainbow serpent. The old men told him that the rainbow serpent was one of the Dreamtime creatures who had shaped the earth. In the beginning the earth was flat. As the rainbow serpent wound his way across the land, the movement of his body formed the mountains and the valleys where the rivers lived. He was the biggest of the Dreamtime beings, and his power scared even the other Dreamtime creatures. At last, tired with the effort of shaping the earth, the rainbow serpent crawled into a waterhole, where he lay in the cool water, which soothed him and softened the bright colours of his body. Each time the animals visited the waterhole, they were careful not to disturb the water, for although they could not see him, they knew he was there. He only came out after heavy rainstorms, when his waterhole was disturbed, and when the sun touched his coloured body. Then he rose up from the waterhole and travelled over the treetops, up through the clouds and across the plain to another waterhole. The people were very fearful that he was angry and would churn up the land once again, so they were very quiet and still as he moved to his new home. Once he was there, he disappeared beneath the water again and was not to be seen. That is why Aboriginals are careful not to disturb the rainbow serpent, as they see him going across the sky from one waterhole to another. We hope you can see that every culture has left clues to how this world works. In modern times it has been stolen from you all, but we are giving it back to you and helping you to see the glory it represents.
So what is our ether doing, you must be thinking? The ether, or dielectric, is basically a giant capacitor that is constantly changing polarities due to the mechanics of the angel technologies. So what our spirals are doing is rotating the positives and negatives. This is what I would call alternating current. Nikola Tesla didn't invent alternating current, he just termed it so. Our Milky Way, which I decoded as a sine wave, is actually a giant spiral in 3D that has constantly programmed the ether with positives and negatives with various colour and potential. This is alternating current. It is all around us. All of the angels' halos are also doing the exact same role, creating AC electric, which can be seen being utilised during a tornado or waterspout activity. Nikola Tesla's vortex mass is directly connected to this process, as it represents the alternating current and its potentials. This is where our world chakras tie in with the Milky Way. Using Tesla vortex maths and looking from the East Gates area, you can see how the vortex maths is utilised. This amazing knowledge shows us the chakras are key locations harvesting the positives and negatives of maximum potential. The alternating current from the ether at key areas within this matrix. We believe they are also synced with other waveforms that interact and change at the solstices and equinoxes, such as pushing our sun further north for the 24-hour Arctic sun cycle. What they are basically doing is acting like a horizontal and vertical hold, guiding our luminaries east to west and back again across the heavens, in sync with where their spirit is being projected from. The spirit world is the electrical part of the process of electromagnetism. Whatever is contained within that field has no choice but to have its spirit projected 90 degrees in opposition of the physical halo and altar. The altar is where the sun's true self is projected from, as magnetic Eve elevates the electric atom above and creates those signatures of the angels, luminaries, halos and rainbows. Our sun uses positives during the day and our moon uses negatives by night. This is why the moon self-illuminates at night and appears washed out during the day. Enoch mentions the moon gives its light to the sun. This is why. Positives during the day and negatives during the night. This also applies to the ether and waters. It's raining men, or positives during the day, and it is raining women on negatives during the night. It is constantly alternating and being programmed with information, colour and electrical potential 24/7. The chakras and Milky Wave spiral are activating and deactivating switching mechanisms that are in sync with the movement of the luminaries. Day and night are controlled from within this spiral. Ancient sites are connected to these events because of what resides below there, the angel technologies. Let us now finish our decode of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Gate 5 of the World Chakras. From our last video, you will remember I decoded the King's and Queen's chamber shafts to be antennas tuned to specific frequencies. These are designed to harness positives by day and negatives by night, hence one side having the King above the Queen and the other side having the Queen above the King. Using magnetic declination, these can be tuned specifically to any region. So one side of the pyramid harnesses the positives during the day and the other side harnesses the negative during the night. This means there is a definite switching of polarities which can be proven in the real world. I tested this myself using a solar panel. During the day it pumped air into a bucket of water. At night it switched and actually started cycling the water towards the air pump. To stop this you can add a blocking diode. However, shouldn't we just reverse its configuration for night use to make it a 24/7 free energy device? Start experimenting, people. So on with the decode. For this part we are revisiting the Great Pyramid to complete the picture. Now if you remember the niches in the King's and Queen's chamber, I connected those to the same process decoded in Walter Russell's motor. They are doing the same process of generating alternating current using water and pressure. To decode the pyramid, we now add the missing parts. I could see from Brian Foster's video that the chambers inside had definitely been exposed to water, so what I needed was the pump system to make this work. I came across this animation made by Edward J. Kunkel that termed this ram water jet design as a Pharaoh's pump. He said it was part of how they built it. That may be the case, but its correct use and primary function is the pump system needed to cause the water to rise and fall in the King's and Queen's chambers. This effect is the same as the events taking place in Walter Russell's motor. You see, the niches are actually pressure zones that will emit an electrical pressure wave. This wave is harnessable alternating current of various potentials. How it works is the narrowings in the niches are venturis that cause a back pressure, which is basically a manufactured torus field, of which you have seen decoded in other works of mine. So we now have the motor and process to create the alternating current. The design is slightly different to Walter's motor, but still has the same principles. The heavy blocks above the King's and Queen chambers are there to create the back pressure needed to make this work, and will also be shaped like a venturi. This is the same as two poles on the Walter Russell motor. So what did they do with this alternating current, you ask? For a very big clue to that, we will visit Dendera further along the River Nile and decode this component. This bulb, as it has been termed, is actually something very unique and special. I decoded it as a mercury arc valve or rectifier. This is a type of electrical rectifier used for converting high voltage or high current alternating current, AC, into direct current, DC. And this is how you charge your batteries or run DC equipment. Thank you for that lovely animation, Sandra. Excellent work. The mercury arc rectifier is a type of cold cathode gas-filled tube, but it is unusual that the cathode, instead of being solid, is made from a pool of liquid mercury and is therefore self-restoring. As a result, mercury arc valves were much more rugged and long-lasting and could carry much higher currents than most other types of gas discharge tube. Some of these mercury arc rectifiers are still in use today. You see, mercury has a very good use in converting alternating current to direct current. This was obviously used extensively in ancient times. If you remember, I mentioned they found amounts of mercury below a pyramid in Mexico. You can now see its purpose, converting alternating current to direct current. So the Dendera light bulb now helps me decode a larger piece of the puzzle. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honour to present to you the Ark of the Covenant. The Ark of the Covenant is a mercury arc rectifier. It tells you this in your holy books. You will see me between the wings of angels. This is God. God is light, the electrical energy that is involved in the creation of all things. This creator is teaching science and knowledge, and how we as human beings can work with God to benefit humanity. To work with God requires you to know the rules of these electrical processes. God will work with you, not for you. Walter Russell. Edison's problems of sending DC current longer distance came with its problems, and fires were common. Tesla's idea was to send the alternating current to your homes and have the appliances convert it to DC electric current, which is for the most part still taking place today using semiconductors. So we are basically paying for the privilege of a spiral entering our homes and bringing appliances to life. Alternating current that is free and plentiful, that will never exhaust itself and has always been here since this construct's creation. Take this most sacred of knowledge and share it far and wide, for it belongs to you all. Our ancients knew this and left for us all the clues which we have decoded. My next step, of course, would have been to see how it can be harvested in more modern times. But someone else already figured this part out by identifying the spires on most buildings are actually there to harvest from the ether. They are antennas. I'm not sure who came to this conclusion, but it is 100% correct and very good research. Do let me know who discovered this so I can credit you correctly in our next video. Very well done. Excellent research. The missing component from your antenna decode is the mercury arc rectifier, or as replaced with in modern times, a semiconductor. So the old world science and technology now meets the new world science and technology, and as you can see, they are very much the same. APM Research have decoded the ancients' understanding of the ether, the Milky Way, and how to harness and generate electricity, including the demonstrations and science required, and the structures used and what to look for. For what creates the winds are the same type of spiraling pressure waves in our world. You must watch our videos to understand more of the knowledge and science behind the Creator's glory. We decode Walter Russell's science and show you what it actually relates to. And for our friend Roy, Vinnie St. Vincent, this one's for you. You need a mercury arc rectifier or semiconductor here, and this should help your alternating current conversion. I can't seem to get in touch with you, so I hope you find this and it helps you. Go forth and free humanity with this knowledge and new understanding of our construct's workings and how to harness it. This work of ours has become very sacred to us, for it is the truth and reality we have decoded, and we will protect it from outside interference, railroading, stealing and all the rest of it. Our truth is free, as the Creator intended it to be. Please share or mirror this research everywhere. It is the science and path to free energy and freedom. It is being heavily suppressed. For more information and explanations, do watch our videos, as they all contain a rolling research and decode of this construct and its workings. What APM Research release is for free. It is real, honest, genuine research, and you will need the science of Walter Russell to understand this world and its workings, of which we are decoding and presenting to you, the world audience. And now we are going to decode rainbows for you. Here's Danielle.
I'm going to share a few things about rainbows, such as the way refraction causes us to perceive them, and demonstrate with a few clips of my own where I made rainbows with my garden hose. Then I'll discuss some related topics and historical and mythological information. When I recorded rainbows I made with my garden hose, if the sunlight hitting the water droplets came in from a low altitude, I could see the entire rainbow as a full circle in front of me, appearing vertically. As the sun gained in altitude, the rainbow would gradually tilt downward, its face always remaining parallel to the location of the sun. In this diagram, the sun is at 60 degrees in altitude, so the top of the rainbow would appear to be 30 degrees from the ground. There is always a straight line connecting the sun, the lens of the observer's eye or camera lens, and the center of the circle, which is called the antisolar point. In my video clips, I added diagrams to show the observed tilt of the rainbow in relation to the degree of the sun's altitude to the horizon at the moment each clip was recorded. Although you would never see a rainbow from the side, I turned them this way to demonstrate the angle. Here I am standing outside the rainbow, and it is easy to see the full circle because the sun is about 43.5 degrees above the horizon, so the top of the rainbow has about 46.5 degrees of tilt away from horizontal. A few minutes after I switched to a pump sprayer to see how the finer mist would appear, and the angle is about the same. Here the sun is much closer to being overhead, just over 72 degrees, and you can see I'm standing well within the circle of the rainbow. I can no longer see the entire thing unless I turn around. In this clip, the sun is about 61.5 degrees in altitude. This rainbow appears similar to the one in the last clip, however I'm standing closer to the edge. And in this clip, the sun is at a very low angle, so the rainbow is quite vertical in appearance. With the dark background, we can see a more vivid secondary bow. While making this presentation, I realized I had put to rest an assertion common with some flat earthers, which suggests that we must have a solid firmament between us and the sun to be able to see a curved rainbow. This idea seems to be supported by what is observed when white light is passed through a prism to reveal the color spectrum. With a flat-sided prism, the resulting rainbow appears straight, and typically using prisms indoors out of direct sunlight won't reveal a curved rainbow. It then might seem logical that a firmament must be the curved prism making the curved rainbow. The answer is actually very simple. A rainbow is formed in 3 dimensions, although we perceive it in 2. This illustration by Isaac Newton is useful to visualize that because he drew the bow using dots to represent water droplets. After it rains, the air is full of water droplets over a large 3-dimensional area, and each droplet potentially refracts sunlight. The colored bands apparent to our eyes are not flat circles. They actually form a cone, with the circular end farthest away from you, and the point at your eye. The light inside is still being sent back to your eye. It is just received as white, so the rainbow looks like a hollow circle, with the area of sky visible inside the primary bow appearing brighter than the outside. According to the law of refraction, each color's frequency is refracted at its own specific angle when exiting the water droplet. All of the droplets, at about 42 degrees in any direction in your field of view from the antisolar point, will appear red to you, and each other band of color you see is in order according to its corresponding angle of refraction. The closer a droplet is to your eye, the more narrow your field of view is at that distance, so less actual distance from the center is needed to reach the specific degree of refraction for color. This is how the cone of color is formed. Each droplet does refract all of the visible color spectrum, but again, the color revealed to your eye is solely dependent on its angle from your eye to the antisolar point. I was surprised to find there is still debate over the physics behind how the visible spectrum is revealed to the eye in some situations, especially in the case of the glory, which is another way the visible electromagnetic spectrum is revealed. With a glory, the effect is caused by the sunlight shining onto very fine water droplets or particulates much smaller than rain droplets, such as clouds or fog or even smoke. Just like the rainbows I demonstrated, the glory you see is only centered on your head. If you take a photo of a glory or a rainbow that you make with your hose, the rainbow in the photo is not the same one you see with your eyes. It is centered on the camera's lens. The size of the glory depends on the size of the particulates. The smaller the particulates, the larger the glory. Glories are frequently spotted from the windows of airplanes, and the person looking at it will have the section of the plane's shadow that marks their location in the plane centered on the glory. Although the glory can be different sizes, the plane's shadow will still get smaller in size as it gains in distance, as it normally would on any cloud. Glories are different from rainbows because the way they are said to appear is by diffraction, not refraction. A glory is sometimes called a Brocken glory or a Brocken specter when the observer's shadow is visually stretched and appears as a phantom with the glory around its head. These are named after Brocken, the highest mountain peak in Germany, where the specter is frequently seen, because it is common to find yourself standing above fog, and when the sun is at a very low angle, you can see your shadow cast down onto the fog. If your shadow is accompanied by a glory, and it looks to your eye that the glory is on a far hill or peak, you can get an optical illusion that your shadow stretches across the entire distance. The way the colors of the rainbow are taught is attributed to Isaac Newton's experiments with light. There are varying ideas on why he chose to include indigo when describing the rainbow, considering the other colors are all primary and secondary, with the secondary ones appearing because of the overlapping areas between the primary colors. But indigo is a tertiary color, a combination of the primary color blue and the secondary color violet, and it is the only tertiary color he included. In reality, the visible spectrum includes a vast array of colors, so why didn't he include the tertiary colors between red and orange, yellow and green and blue? I find it quite ironic how much art depicting Newton, even in science education graphics, does not include indigo, and marketing graphics rarely include it. Newton concluded white light must be a combination of 7 colors. Suggested reasons he may have felt that way range from an esoteric need for the number 7 to his desire to reconcile the spectrum with the 7 notes on the musical scale. His color wheel is also said to have been made with artists in mind for choosing complementary colors, but with the letters A through G highlighted around the perimeter, it appears the music note theory is likely a major consideration. Newton's wheel is used frequently to discuss rainbows, and it also has his 7 color choices as the only colors named. I wonder why he gives equal area to all the colors except orange and indigo, which are smaller but still equal in size, although logically the secondary colors would overlap much larger area between primaries than the tertiary colors would. It's possible Newton designed his color wheel in a circle based on his thought that there was a cyclical nature to the color spectrum. Previous to Newton, the rainbow was commonly described with 5 colors: red, yellow, green, blue, and violet. But Newton was impressed with Pythagoras' idea that there is a connection between color and music, and Pythagoras is attributed with the 7 natural music notes. He felt 7 was a magical number that made connections between otherwise seemingly unconnected things, like color and music, because the sum of spiritual things represented by the number 3 and material things represented by the number 4 is 7. Even today, we see the constant refusal to connect those two, especially in science and medicine. On Walter Russell's cosmic pendulum chart, he lists the 7 notes on each side and also attributes them to colors, with his point of inertia between Do and Re. Starting the pendulum to the left to make it follow the center spiral clockwise, the first note it would hit would be Re, which is violet. Each side has the notes and colors in the order of violet, blue, green, yellow, and red, ending on Do with infrared. This makes much more sense, especially considering how physicist Robert Greenler was recognized with a cover story on Science magazine in 1971 for his work with the infrared bow. He suggested there would always be an infrared stripe next to the outer stripe, because the wavelengths in infrared's angle of refraction were within the ability of water droplets to refract outward as well. I did find one article on Newton suggesting he used indigo because its wavelengths would also be refracted, but to me that just seems like a bit of a redundancy because all wavelengths between red and violet are already refracted. They just blur out between the primary and secondary colors. Rainbows can be found as part of many legends and myths, as well as cataclysmic prophecies, being named as omens or attributes of deities. In many mythologies, the rainbow is a bridge or ladder that connects the world above with the one below, and is commonly described as only being used by deities or humans who have died in battle or have other specific traits, such as royalty or virtue. In Venezuela, the same word is used to say rainbow or were anaconda. In New Guinea, it is a serpent that causes madness and malaria. In Aboriginal lore, the rainbow snake is the god of creation. Some myths describe the rainbow as a sort of dragon or other being that covers the sky. The Greek goddess Iris was a messenger between the gods and humans, and depicted as using the rainbow to travel between the two. She was the daughter of Thaumas and Electra, and described by Homer in multiple poems as being the goddess of light rather than the rainbow. Hindu mythology names Indra as the god of war and thunder, and he shoots his arrows of lightning using the rainbow as his bow to kill a primordial demon serpent. Even the founder and prophet of Mormonism, Joseph Smith, wrote about the rainbow. Paraphrasing his words, he said the Lord told him that in any year a rainbow is seen, the Lord is not yet returning. But when it is not seen for a year, there will be famine, pestilence, and distress among the nations, and the Messiah is not far off. According to the Gnostic library, the cyclical history of humanity opens with the floodwaters of the book of Genesis and closes with the seals of fire and brimstone in Revelation, and that a great coming cataclysm will not evenly affect the face of the earth. Those who remain by the shelter of unaffected areas will witness a terrible duel of water and fire, and after the catastrophe, a double rainbow will announce the enchantment of a new golden age. This teaching reminds me of why I became so interested in occult symbolism. I noticed that people were looking at world symbols they didn't use in their own religion and seeing them as an indication of evil, which may be intentional as it would keep people from learning the true meaning. Or religion or spiritual paths using symbols, but still only looking at them in a mystic sense. I realized that not just many, but most symbols used in that way are actually more like the pictures of physical aspects someone discussing physics would use to record their observations, and likely had nothing to do with gods or beings in a religious sense. I can see the potential for the type of texts I mentioned holding occulted knowledge that would be very useful when decoded. And with that, I would like to thank you for listening.
Lovely presentation, Danielle. And to complement it, we will now decode what is creating the rainbows. First, we will play this clip by Erin McDermott. This is the signature of one of our angels in the underworld. I want you to take notice of its rotational speed. The car eventually catches up with it and overtakes it, thus giving it a rotational speed of around 40 miles per hour. They revolve in the same locations all the time. This is why I tell you to time-lapse rainbows. They permanently reside there where you see them. You just catch them at different angles and don't realise it is the same one.
This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
You know, there is an old saying, never walk through a rainbow because it may change your sex. What an interesting statement, don't you think?
There it is. We're gonna drive through it. Here it comes. Here it comes!
Wasn't that awesome, people?
We did it! We drove through the rainbow!
Now we will take a look at a full rainbow so you can see how to do it yourself. You need some altitude to capture a full one. Here's a lovely capture by Into the Little Belts. Although you can see the full rainbow, observers on the ground only see half, and so do you. The other half is below ground, and due to the effects of electromagnetism, water droplets and even ice crystals, we get to see the full picture of something very, very special. The time had come to start reconstructing the angels. After all the decodings and understanding of them and some deep thought, I decided to consult with a titan named Atlas, who corrected me about a great many things. After our conversation, I thanked him and I was on my way. I had learned what Atlas's burden was. First, a quick recap from Jason on what is taking place in the torus field we decoded in a previous video.
Energy and mass are two states of the same thing. What we call atoms are equal and opposite electric charges held apart by a magnetic dipole. The energy is held in the atom as potential that we associate with mass. When the toroidal magnetic field collapses into the ecliptic, the negative charges are no longer bound and collapse into the positive charges. When the charges meet, a wave of energy is formed equal to the mass of the charges multiplied by the speed of light squared. The squaring is due to the fact that mass and energy are inverse properties of electromagnetism. Where the mass is equal in value to the inverse of the speed of light, the energy is equal to the speed of light. 1 over c times c squared equals c over 1. 1 over c and c over 1 are inverse to each other. Inside the magnetic dipole, the positive charges are held in the center diamond. The negative charges are held in orbits perpendicular to the magnetic field. When the magnetic field collapses into the ecliptic, the two opposed charges form an electric dipole, which quickly implodes on itself due to the fact that the charges are now free of their magnetic restraints. We know what happens when two opposite charges contact each other. We see it in cosmic ray showers. The two opposing charges annihilate each other and become radiation energy. Mass and energy are inverse properties of electromagnetism. Energy becomes mass again when it is subjected to a strong enough magnetic field to reform the magnetic dipole.
Now we can reconstruct the angels with knowledge already gained, the Walter Russell motor and its science, which is based on the science of the ancients. This is what I would call an angel in its most basic form. Walter was an absolute genius. Walter's science was given to him by an angel he always maintained. I bet you didn't know that, did you? From Walter's chart, this design is a fusion reactor. Notice the venturis that help compress water. This is where a manufactured torus field is created, very much the same as an antenna works. This area is where there is a back pressure, and this is what generates the torus field on this motor. This one is a fission reactor. Looking at the design, it would appear daisy chaining them together would make sense. Walter terms them radar antennas. The vertical lines represent the pressure zones or venturis on the poles. Also notice water compresses to become fire and fire expands to become water. This renders the second law of thermodynamics as invalid. It is another man-made block designed to stop you progressing. Every researcher you know, including mainstream, will only talk about the effects, as they do not have the answer to the cause, or can never speak of the cause. Today you will get to see the cause of a great many things. This image of Walter's is also relevant to what I am about to show you. Now we will electromagnetically switch the nodes to cause them to accelerate the flow inside the halo. This, of course, is alternating current, which will cause the fluid in the halo to rotate around the halo as it accelerates. The nodes on the halo will get to a certain momentum speed and cause the poles to flip, as Walter's image shows. As you know, magnetism and electricity are always 90 degrees in opposition. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what that actually looks like in the visible spectrum, on a creator-side scale. You are seeing the electromagnetic projection of a positive electrical sphere, which is basically trapped within a magnetic field. This is electromagnetism. This is cubing the sphere, not squaring the circle. Remember, we are working in 3D. And you are looking at a torus field that it creates. This is effectively an electric dipole, as I decoded in our Angels Decoded video and previous videos. It is now harvesting electricity from the dielectric, and that energy is being utilized at the heart of the angel technology and put to use for whatever its intended purpose is, which relates to world mechanics, alchemy, magnetism, electricity and creation, as you see on the Walter Russell chart. The colours become inverted due to the division of the sex pairs, the positives and negatives in each band of the electromagnetic light spectrum. So you only see the colours your vision allows, but you can be sure they emanate beyond these colours and frequencies which can be seen in this chart. The dark band that you see in between these colours is called the Alexander band. It is the actual projection of the halo itself. The angel's halo, to be precise. It is now the positive of the electric dipole. The colours encircle the halo and revolve with the flow inside, which is controlled by electromagnetic switching from the various pairs of poles we call nodes. As we have mentioned before, time-lapse rainbows, and you will see how they revolve. This is their arc. The orange half sphere you see below double rainbows is this electromagnetic field. This is the signature of one of our angels. The sphere of that halo is being cubed. These are all connected and working together in this matrix of angel technology. All timed and synced events working 24/7, each of which is a revolving Tower of Babel, which simply means the mixing of the positives and negatives, which is what they are designed to do. The Celtic Tree of Life represents these processes. All Tree of Life symbology represents the same processes, and our ancestors all knew this very well. This information is what your holy books and creation stories are trying to tell you. Man has corrupted it to hide and steal it. Genesis 9:10-16 is related to this exact process, as all angels operate the same way. Now you can see the duality of this technology. The effects of electromagnetism cause the halo to create a projection of itself in the heavens, which reverses its flow of direction back to the physical angel halo below. These are what create tornadoes and waterspouts. They are a visible part of this process. We have something very special to show you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honour and an absolute pleasure to present to you Adam, Eve, the apple and the snake. Adam is the smaller halo and represents the positive part of the electric dipole, and Eve represents the larger magnetic part of the dipole. The apple is their combined positive and negative electromagnetic torus fields, and the snake is the compression of smaller dipoles from the ether being channeled within its field, which of course is what is generating electricity, as it divides and multiplies in this rotating Tower of Babel we call a vortex. The mixing together of many smaller electric dipoles, thus creating more positives and negatives as they are compressed and make that electrical signature we call lightning, dividing and multiplying as they arc in all directions from their source of origin, the combined electromagnetic halos of Adam and Eve. Their spiraling pressure waves emanating outwards, spiraling into even more electric dipoles in our atmosphere, radiating outwards and electrically charging everything within its path. The spiraling pressure waves of electromagnetism. This is the breath of angels. The word wind represents the windings, as scripture mentions. Those windings in the sky, created by angel technologies that even Ezekiel tried his best to describe. a wheel in a wheel. The eyes are round about it, which is in relation to the nodes and their motions. The Vesica Pisces, the scarab beetle, Buddha, and all those other depictions of the Creator's tools. The angels are the Creator's tools of creation. This is the Genesis machine. You live on top of the Genesis machine. And this is how Adam and Eve create their torus fields. They create it, maintain it, and destroy it, which of course releases all those positives and negatives to create the signature of God creating, lightning. Thank you, Atlas. It is a great honour to share your burden with the tribes of the world. This is your creation story, people. These are the angel technologies of a creator that has been hidden from you, so that greedy people can steal their glory from right below your feet. This knowledge and information is not copyright to any race, religion, group or nation. It is the birthright of every human being. Carrying on from Walter's motor design, I decided to attach harness points where Walter Russell's motor would attach them, and it produced this. These two are one and the same, the day configuration and the night configuration of our sun. This is an angel, a very special one. This is the sweepback transformer and flyback killer Jimbo mentioned earlier. It is pushed west and then shut down, or its light suppressed and returned east to start again. This is also the Egyptian 12 gates story. Now we understand Walter's motor design and its configuration, we look into what is creating the heat below our equator, and this is what we think is producing all that heat. Cody volunteered to take us for a tour to a journey to the centre of the motor, so you can see how Walter's octaves factor into this. You now know the octaves represent pressure zones or venturis that will produce alternating current. Cody will also deploy markers where these octaves are on our world map, and One Conscience is going to speak about those in a few moments. Cody will play the tone at every octave. Pay particular attention to the first 5 tones, as you will recognise them. Each tone is assigned a colour from the colour spectrum. Now remember, there is a back pressure created in the west, pretty much the same as Walter's motor design. The east side of the motor uses a right hand rule, and the west side uses a left hand rule, as they have mentioned before. These processes help to cause that collision in the colour spectrum of orange-yellow and green-yellow, which collide with white and create a short circuit, which is basically free energy. This is what Walter was trying to explain to you. Do you recognise that, people? That was a direct reference to Mount Meru, the direct centre of our grid, the navel of the Earth, the 0.0 location on our Nazca Mandala overlay grid. This is the direct centre of Atlantis. The closest landmass we can find to here appears to be Ascension Island. Very aptly named, it seems. If you remember from an older video, when I panned around the Nazca Mandala in a 3D environment, it produces a 6-tier pyramid. This is the direct centre of that pyramid. So it seems our underworld is a very large pyramid that covers this entire map and beyond. I hope you can see and understand now how very special Walter's work related to the octaves and the creation processes. I'm going to hand you over to One Conscience now for some extra information on this part.
So, I'd like to discuss some points on what we think is below the equator, and it's the same principle as the Walter Russell motor. As the energy comes in from the east, it will spread out along the grid at each of the compression points. Now, although we can't be completely sure of the scale, we can be assured that this is turning on, compressing and expanding, and it will cause our surface to shake, hence earthquakes. This design also runs along and lines up with a great amount of our volcanoes, which we know are the cleansing process for the waste of the systems and processes that occur below. There is more to lava and the flow that I'm going to cover later in this presentation, but for now, let's get on with the design. So, as I said, this may not be 100% to scale, but we are working with the same principles, and the points I will discuss fall into the general areas. Some of the points I could identify showing the technological signature are as follows. Point 1. Here we have the deepest quakes, or the most powerful of the octaves ever recorded, on a repeatable basis. We now know this is identified as a torus field. This probably occurs here because of the compression to start up for the pressure required to generate a manufactured torus field venturi. Point 2. In this area we have the Dragon's Triangle. On either side of this part of the design we will have opposite directional flow of the oceanic tides. This creates two opposite vortices, which one is positive and one is negative, and ships should be very cautious while traveling here. This is also one of the rare spots we will find blue lava, which is lava of the hottest degree holding an electrical charge. Point 3. Here we found an old map that shows an angel that is here blowing its wind, which is the energy. It flows up along the grid in a northeast direction. Point 4. Here in Africa there are many spirals carved in the ground covering an entire area. This is a sign of a very sacred site related to the workings of the realm, and showing us it is a special torus energy point. Next, of course, we hit the 0.0 point. This has been called many things, such as Mount Meru and the Garden of Eden, just to name a couple, but we will refer to it as the Brahma energy. Residing here are the very aptly named Ascension Islands. Point 6. This is near Venezuela and also Angel Falls. Again, what a perfectly named location. This has the tallest uninterrupted waterfall at 807 meters high. Point 7. This next marker is the Galapagos Islands, which means tortoise. This is also the only place north of the equator you will find penguins living freely. These islands were forged of lava and isolated for thousands of years. The next marker is right about the international date line, so the data here isn't given to us with much disclosure or honesty. And the final horizontal marker would fall on the west gates, and we have no data. This is where the sun will shut down for its return to the east, according to the Egyptian pyramid texts. The next point, starting in the north. This point would be at the north gates, where we have no data besides what Enoch states. This is where snow, dew, and rain come from, as well as very strong winds. The next point is where the magnetic data from Ceres appears to land. The next point is Iceland. This, like the Galapagos Islands, exists because of lava. This is also the area where land will rise forth sometime after the pole shift event. The next point is where the southern anomaly resides. Here, there is an inner radiation belt, which leads to a flux of energy particles. Here are two angels sharing the same axis point, causing a magnetic dipole. And the last 2 points head into Antarctica territory and to the South Gates. Data is unavailable for either of these locations. So, as you can see, this design has some major effects that are recordable, repeatable, and observable to us on the surface. I hope this helped everyone to understand the effects of the principle Walter Russell used when he was given this information by an angel.
Now, going back to those 5 tones. Do you recognize those tones, people? That was a direct reference to Mount Meru, the direct center of our grid, the navel of the grid, the 0.0 on our Nazca Mandala overlay grid. This is the direct center of Atlantis. The closest landmass we can find to here appears to be Ascension Island, very aptly named it seems. When I pan around the Nazca Mandala grid in a 3D environment, it produces a 6-tier pyramid, which is made from 6 squares, 6 circles and 6 rhombi. Can you see it? This is the direct center of that pyramid, so it seems our underworld is a very large pyramidal structure that spans this entire map and beyond, and contains the 144,000, the Creator's glory. The descriptions found in all holy books of amazing places are references to what is in the underworld and beyond those international date lines. These are descriptions of the Creator's glory and references certain locations as in the book of Enoch, and his descriptions of the gates and their angles to one another. If you remember the 2012 Olympic ceremony, the spiralling mound represents Mount Meru, and the light shining from the underworld is where major parts of the Creator's glory resides. Then man comes from the underworld and starts the industrial and technological revolutions, the tree of life decoded and plundered. It has very obviously never stopped. Today they boast they can project their own sun and moon. We can find references to the underworld in every culture's beliefs. Here's Jack's dreaming.
In ancient times, the concept of a hollow space within or below the surface of the earth was widespread throughout all cultures. This idea of a subterranean realm or realms became intertwined with further ideas of creation and afterlife. If we look to these myths and stories, we may find many similarities. Although there is much diversity amongst the Australian Aboriginal peoples regarding local myths, the structure of the Aboriginal universe varies little across Australia. The sky was the plane on which supernatural beings lived, and our ancestors resided. It was the home of the soul. The earth was circular and flat, covered by the dome of the sky which stretched to the horizon. The underworld plane resembled the earth plane and was inhabited by beings, but others believed it to be an empty void. It is generally believed, though, that it is through the underworld that the Sun Woman and the Moon Man return to the eastern horizon from the west. The Mayans and the Aztecs' concept of the underworld was very similar. Known as Xibalba by the Mayans, the underworld was a vast complex of 9 underground levels, entered through caves or through sacred waterholes called cenotes. The Xibalba is described in the Popol Vuh, the sacred text of the Maya, as an expansive place of rivers, mountains, houses where the dead were tested, and the council place of the lords. The Aztec underworld, Mictlan, is similarly described as being a very wide place with no windows or light. The Aztecs believed that at their death the individual had to return to the place of birth, the maternal womb. The soul therefore had to take the journey to Mictlan and traverse 9 hazards and dangers, mirroring the 9 months within the womb. The ruler of this domain was Mictlantecuhtli, who resided deep below with his wife, Mictecatecuhtli, living in a windowless house. APM Research have concluded that there are many different technologies beneath our Earth's surface, and that often these technologies have been given the identities of living beings, such as men or gods. A husband and wife in a windowless house could well represent a technology, with the male and female being the positive and negative aspects of the technological process. As Walter Russell said, there must come a time when religion and science come together. That time is now. The 9 worlds are the homelands of various types found in Norse mythology. These realms are held in the branches of the world tree, Yggdrasil. Helheim is the underworld realm of the dead, and resides in the roots of Yggdrasil. It is a place where those who did not find themselves in Valhalla, where the brave warriors go, were destined for eternity. Helheim literally means house of hell, and hell resides over this dominion. Norse mythology describes a complicated afterlife, one dependent on your actions while alive, and Helheim is the darkest and deepest of these realms. A story is told of how a son of Odin, Balder, made his way to Helheim to bargain for his spirit with Hel, after being tricked in a game by Loki. He descends the trunk of Yggdrasil and travels for 9 nights through dark valleys before meeting a giantess, a gatekeeper, who lets him pass. He then arrives at another gate, guarded by a fearsome dog, Garm. He eventually reaches Hel, but to no avail, and even Odin cannot bargain for his son to be returned to Valhalla. According to the prophecy of Ragnarok, an army of the dead shall rise from Helheim on a ship made from the fingernails and toenails of the dead to fight against the Asgardian gods. The ancient Mesopotamian underworld, most often known in Sumerian as Ker, Ikala, Arali, or Kigal, was said to be a dark, dreary cavern located deep below the ground, where inhabitants were said to live a shadowy version of their earth lives. Unlike many other ancient afterlives, in the Sumerian underworld there was no final judgment for the deceased, and the dead were neither punished or rewarded for their deeds. The ruler of the underworld was the goddess Ereshkigal, and her husband Nergal, the god of death, her home the palace Ganzir. The 7 gates of the underworld are guarded by a gatekeeper named Neti in Sumerian. The dying god Dimuzid spends half of the year in the underworld, while during the other half his place is taken by his sister, the scribal goddess Geshtinana, who records the names of the deceased. The entrance to the underworld is believed to be located in the Zagros Mountains in the Far East. The underworld is lower even than the Abzu, the body of fresh water that the Mesopotamians believed lay deep within the earth. The Sumerian texts describe gates to the underworld, through which one may descend to the below or ascend to the heavens. In Enki and the world order, the weather god Iskar is said to open the bolt of heaven. Thus clouds, winds, and other atmospheric phenomenon enter through these gates. In other accounts, it is the sun, moon, and Venus who are charged with opening this bolt of heaven. In their cosmology, the ancient Egyptians believed the earth to be flat, oval-shaped, and surrounded by oceans. Beneath the earth lay the vast expanse of the underworld, the Duat, through which ran the primordial waters of Nun. The landscape of the Duat was similar to that of Earth, but far more malevolent. Its ruler, the god Osiris, previously the king of the earth. There are 2 Egyptian texts that describe the belief systems of the Egyptians in regard to the Duat. These are named Guides to the Hereafter and consist of the Book of the Dead and the Book of the Amduat. These texts describe the nocturnal journey of the sun god Ra from his entry into the underworld with the setting of the sun until he arises the following day on the opposite horizon. This journey is the same that the deceased take after burial. The journey is divided into 12 hours, with each hour representing an obstacle that Ra has to overcome. These include searching for the tomb of Osiris, facing his enemy Apep, navigating through the difficult realm of Sokar, and fully regenerating to emerge as the rising sun. For the deceased, each hour was a portal into the next, with gates in between, each gate guarded by a demon, whose name must be correctly recited. If successful, one would then pass into the Hall of Judgment, where you would recite the confessions of Mart, declarations of innocence from sinful deeds. You would then pass into the Hall of Mart to have your heart weighed in the weighing of the heart ceremony. Anubis takes the heart of the deceased and places it upon the golden scale balanced against the white feather of Mart, a symbol of truth and balance. The gods present within the hall would then counsel, and should the deceased be justified before Osiris, he would cross the heavens to the field of reeds by boarding the ship of Ra and sailing safely through the dark underworld. Should the heart weigh heavier than the deceased, would be devoured by the monster god Amut. Sheol is the Hebrew underworld. According to Job, it is a dreary, dark and disorderly land from which return is not expected. Here the dead, rich and poor, master and slave, all meet without distinction. Silence reigns supreme, and the dead merely exist without knowledge or feeling. In many respects, the Sheol is rather like the Babylonian Aralu and the Greek Hades. In fact, Sheol is often referred to as Hades. The view of the Sheol is that it is somewhat like a huge grave, and very much like a grave. It is protected by gates. The Old Testament describes the Sheol as the opposite of the Promised Land. It is the exilic wilderness, and the bunker of the enemy Satan, the great dragon who was cast into this grave to eat dirt for eternity. Hidden deep beneath the earth, and ruled by the god Hades and his wife Persephone, the underworld was the kingdom of the dead in Greek mythology. A sunless place where the souls of those who died went after death, watered by the streams of 5 rivers, the Styx, the Acheron, the Cocytus, the Phlegethon and the Lethe. It is divided into at least 4 regions. Tartarus for the worst transgressors, the Elysian fields where only the most excellent dwelled, the fields of mourning for those hurt by love, and the asphodel meadows where the majority of mankind end up. According to Homer, the underworld, or Hades, as it can bear the name of its ruler, is beyond the earth-encircling river of ocean at the western end of the world, and there were entrances in the known world through which one could enter. A cavern near the ancient town of Teneros, the bottomless lake at Lerna, and the volcanic lake Alvanus. Upon death, the soul was led by Hermes near the entrance to the underworld, where a ferry awaited to carry it to either the Acheron or the Styx. The ferry is rowed by Charon, the infernal boatman, and only those who paid the fare with coins placed over their eyes or under their tongues when buried were granted passage. The rest remained trapped between two worlds. Following the boat ride, souls enter the gates, guarded by the multi-headed dog Cerberus, who allows souls to enter, but never to leave. The souls are then brought in front of a panel of 3 judges, Rhadamanthus, Minos, and Esus, who pass sentence based on the mortal deeds during their earthly life. Most end up in the neutral zone, the asphodel meadows. So we can see that stories of underground realms occupied by gods pervade mythology. These homes are not always found deep beneath the earth. They are sometimes in mountains or deep beneath the waters. Access to their domain is usually through a cave, although sometimes it may be through a waterhole or a lake. The inhabitants of these realms do not desire to be visited by unexpected or unwanted company, yet certain individuals are granted access. These underground domains are filled with houses or vast halls, rivers of fire flow, and there are many gates often guarded by monsters or demons. Enki's home is described as built of silver and gold and lapis lazuli. The overwhelming impression is that the underworld is not a place for the living, but rather a supernatural space for the dead, whereas in actuality it is the home of the workings of our realm. The rooms below, the gates, the levels, all indicate a remarkable technology personified in myths and legends as the home of the dead, inhabited by miraculous gods. The sign on the door of the underworld says very clearly, "Keep out."
So, let's look at the connection between lava and magnetism today and work through how the lava is helping shape the magnetic flow through the realm. So science, which let me say, I normally disagree with due to the misinformation they portray, says the Earth's magnetic field source is the molten iron and metals in the core. They also say the spinning of the Earth produces the same effect as electric current in a coil, which then produces our magnetic field. Now, if lava itself flows under the surface in different layers of our world, this lava is consistently moving and mixing with different metals and minerals of the Earth as it does so. One of the main minerals is magnetite, which is now mined as iron ore. The magnetite is a mineral and one of the main iron ores, with the chemical formula Fe3O4. It is one of the oxides of iron and it is ferromagnetic, It is attracted to a magnet and can be magnetized to become a permanent magnet itself. It is the most magnetic of all the naturally occurring minerals on Earth. This is carried all through the realm. As we, the APM team, have learned, the world is littered with volcanoes in a wide range of size, many very active and many lie dormant waiting. None, I believe, are extinct. Rock magnetism is the study of magnetic properties of rocks, sediment, and soils. This is studied to understand the Earth's magnetic field. Now, when we add in the factor that most volcanoes contain silicone, we get a different idea about the production of the magnetic flow on Earth. The layers below are magnetic circuit from the lamination of silicon steel that maximizes the flux density and minimizes the eddy current. When we look at this in the terms of lava flow, we can get a good idea of what's going on here. The movement of the lava flow through the circuit of the underworld layers is actually creating the magnetic flow through the world. When we look at the ley lines, we see that they indeed fall on lines of volcanoes, even the dormant ones that lie waiting and still have pyroclastic flow in the layers below. All crustal rock contains some iron or iron compounds, rendering it ferromagnetic. When individual molecules, which are magnetic dipoles, are held in alignment by being bound in a crystalline structure, the small fields reinforce each other to form the rock's residual field. Heating the material adds internal energy to it. At the Curie temperature, the vibration of the molecules is sufficient to disrupt the alignment. The material loses its residual magnetism and assumes whatever magnetic field might be applied to it. As the volcanoes erupt and cool, they hold the magnetic field memory in it. Once this occurs, it is locked into place and very hard to destroy. So what lava also shows us is a record of the paleofield direction on Earth. Now we have our north-south flow of magnetic flow occurring, but there is a second flow that is a lesser flow, and it's the east to west. As the north and south flow weakens, it allows a flip to occur of the poles. When this flip occurs, it will affect all life on Earth, including our heaven rotations, our oceans, our magnetic driving energy force, animal and plant life, and probably our DNA, as we ourselves are crystalline structured beings that conduct Earth energies as well as all life here.
You will have heard us speak of star halos previously. These 6 are just some of the ones that exist. Today we will concentrate on star halo Polaris. It probably has a different name, but this one will do for now. I made this animation to match what our stars and star trails are doing. Polaris is node 1 on this star halo. Its opposing node is Polaris Australis in South Antarctica. All that I need to make this correct now is to find out how many star trails there are between Polaris and its southern counterpart, and each one of those is a star. We then double that number to make the correct amount of stars or nodes. Stars are actually nodes on these star halos. I give this one a rotational speed of 666 revolutions per minute, and this is the effect that it created. Each node is a positive and negative in sequence. This is why they illuminate differently. These are the sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, etc. that is seen in some holy books. It is this family connection is referencing. Now remember, we don't see the halo, just the stars or nodes. If you watch star trails in the north carefully, you will see there are small nodes and larger nodes. The smaller ones get hidden by the larger ones eventually. These are the nodes on this star halo. They are involved in the electromagnetic switching, which accelerates the liquid in the halo and causes it to flip its poles and become a very large electric dipole, the known world's largest. You should now understand what it means by precession, and our ancestors watched it closely and for a very good reason. This animation checks all of these boxes, every one of them. This is the gyroscopic nature of our world, is the field lines of these that we are seeing. There are also more star halos than these 6, which we will be adding over time. I have found a way to help locate them now. In our End Times 2 video, we revealed how these star halos were involved in the receding ocean events of 2017. Anywhere they intersected land, the oceans receded. Scripturally, this is by design. Changes were made to the construct to help stop flooding. These star halos are those changes, and they seem to have worked. In this video, we identified one of the halos as Noah. You will also find the atomic symbol and the flower of life in these patterns. It is the gyroscopic motions of the nodes of the angels' halos that create these patterns. We find this everywhere in sacred geometry. We have always known what this represents in ancient times. It is depicted everywhere, and that knowledge has been stolen from us. But we are here to give it you back. We see a lot of people getting confused with the northern and southern star trails, as they think they rotate opposite ways. Remove yourself from the box. Step outside of that box and see that they are working together, as they are part of the same star halo mechanism. Here's another surprise. When I slow this star halo down, watch what happens. It is actually revolving west to east. What we are seeing is an effect called the wagon wheel effect, which explains why they give us lovely amazing displays and that shimmering effect. This also makes the Hopi prophecy true, as they say the stars will reverse their direction. This is good solid information from our Hopi brothers and sisters whom freely share their ancestors' knowledge. APM Research would like to thank you for this knowledge, and we hope this information helps you remember what it all means. This belongs to you all. This brings us to the reset. The reset event is one or more of these very large torus fields collapsing and showering our world with masses of electrical discharge as the field collapses. Remember, they create, maintain and destroy their fields, which is a repeating cycle. Locally, we see them from our smaller angels' halos, and we call them lightning storms. The fields around our star halos completely engulf most areas of the map. The biblical destruction we see in history is this event, and our generations will witness it. Mainstream will try to tell you it is an alien invasion or some other nonsense, as you will see nodes collapsing into the ground and seas, and even starting electrical fires on a scale we've not seen before. On this scale, the whole world is going to be affected. Famines, communications, the electrical grid, everything will be affected and more than likely destroyed by this event. The seas and oceans will have no choice but to react to these collapsing electromagnetic fields, and tsunamis and tidal waves will be common. Famines will be a very big problem, and mainstream are currently trying to make that worse. We need our farming, fishing and food at maximum production right now so we can prepare for hard times ahead, including a mini ice age. The data we've seen in our End Times Decoded videos gives us an insight what to expect. The lights in the sky they call Starlink are one of these collapsing fields. A change has happened and we are now seeing parts of the construct revealing itself as it goes into these changes. The previous reset was in the 1600s, and in the 1800s there were more destructive events. The 1800 events were more than likely one of these fields rebuilding itself or another mechanism involved. This is the nature of the angels. They create, maintain and destroy, and now you know it relates to building and destroying their electromagnetic field, which is part of how they are involved in creation processes. These are the Creator's glory, and this is how they operate. The eyes around about it, as described by Ezekiel, are our stars or nodes on these star halos.
We modeled this from a level Earth perspective, showing different comet trajectories. These comets are prominent nodes from various star halos. Their paths show us roughly which star halo is creating them, depending on when they were first noticed. This animation helps us reveal the field. This is also why meteor showers are timed events as well, because they are timed with the motion of the star halos. What we consider the showers to be are elements being converted to matter by this electromagnetic technology. This is the alchemy of the technology, the positives and negatives of the creation, and it follows the rule of 8, just as semantics. It is the universal law in this construct. Let's talk about bow shocks from an APM perspective. A bow shock occurs when the magnetosphere, which is the area surrounding our luminaries, in which the magnetic field is the predominant effective magnetic field. So when this magnetosphere of a celestial object interacts with nearby flowing opposing forces in its path, such as the solar wind, it is the boundary at which the speed of the stellar wind abruptly drops as a result of its approach to the magnetopause. A common complication in astrophysics is the presence of a magnetic field. For instance, the charged particles making up the solar wind follow spiral paths along magnetic field lines. The velocity of each particle as it gyrates around a field line can be treated similarly to a thermal velocity in an ordinary gas. And in an ordinary gas, that means thermal velocity is roughly the speed of sound. At the bow shock, the bulk forward velocity of the push, which is the component of the velocity parallel to the field lines about which the particles are gyrating, drops below the speed at which the particles are gyrating. The Sun is radiating spiraling charged particles from the torus field it creates. We see this in the Parker spiral. This is a localized event. Science calls this the solar wind, which is the spiraling magnetic field. We at APM know this magnetic field to originate from angel technology, the sun's halo, and modern terminology is a particle accelerator. Bow shocks form at comets as a result of the interaction between the opposing forces and the cometary trajectory of travel. As one approaches the sun, the opposing electromagnetic forces of the sun reveals gas being released from the cometary nucleus, revealing an atmosphere called a coma. The coma is partially ionized by sunlight, and when the opposing forces pass through this ion coma, the bow shock appears. This is not unique to the sun, as every luminary will have this pressure wave, and it's only revealed when a force is opposing it. From an APM perspective, you must always assume that a comet has a tail. The only reason you don't see it at times is because of distance, perspective, or lack of opposing forces. The first observations of the bow shock were made in the 1980s by comets Giacoboni, Halley's Comet, and Grigg Comet. It was then found that bow shocks at comets are wider and more gradual. These observations were all made near the perihelion, when the bow shocks became visible due to the opposing force. The perihelion is when the comet comes to the closest point to the sun that it's going to get. As you know from APM perspective, all luminaries produce their own electromagnetic fields, as they are the same technologies. The only difference would be their frequencies, their perspective layers, and the products that their layers allow them to interact with. Using this information laid out, I hope you have an understanding of what's going on with bow shocks, and see the given information as more substance that our realm is a technological creating realm. We are truly seeing Creator's glory in all of this realm. Glory meaning magnificence and great beauty with great pride.
I mentioned near the start about a time for reflection. If I could give you any advice, it would be this. Do not gaze into the vortex too long, as it will consume you, as it has done to these people involved in hiding and stealing this. However, even for them it is not too late. Everything within this construct is recorded. Even Walter Russell tried to warn you about this. Man has to know when to stop, and these people have crossed the line. They've opened Pandora's box and are now hell-bent on hiding what they're involved in, hence your world falling apart right now. Anyone going down this path becomes the enemy of humanity, as they try always to hide the Creator, their glory, and all that they have done in their attempts to steal it. I have felt their burden, and oh, what a burden to bear, to be born into a false lifestyle and having to lie to the world. Is this the future you really want? You are making the same mistakes your ancestors made, and in history you will find people like us, giving you warnings. You see, when you understand how all this works, You become something of a Time Lord. You see the past, the present and the future. And we are at a point in time where we still have a choice. Do you want the New World Order or the True World Order? Consider this a shot across the bows, a warning your current path is going to end in the damage or destruction of the Creator's glory, those very things that create what we call nature. Here's one conscience with the safe zones map the CIA created. We don't know if it is 100% correct, but it does beg the question, why did they make one?
Let's talk a little bit about this map. This map was put out there by Ed Daves. He's an ex-CIA agent, and this is the map of what's going to occur with our world after a pole shift. So the first area we're going to look at is the red zones. These are our safe zones, which, as we can see, we have some in the United States, South America, Greenland, and part of Europe, and a little bit in Australia and New Zealand. Next, we'll look at the dark blue. This is where the coastal subsidence will occur. This will be in northeast Russia and the southern tip of South America. Next, let's look at the green. This is where landmass is submerged. This appears to be part of Ireland, Western Australia, southern part of America, along with the eastern side of Mexico, and the eastern coast of America and Canada. Next, let's look at where our hot and cold areas will mix. This will run through the United States, southern South America, and we'll have an area that runs up from Africa up through the middle of Europe, and we'll also have a little bit over in Australia. Next, we'll look at our flood-prone areas. That looks to be a lot of northeastern Europe, most of the UK, northeastern Africa, and northwestern Canada, as well as the broken up islands above Canada. Next, we have our loss of agriculture, which includes wheat, barley, rye, corn, sago, millet, rice, potatoes, apples, citrus, and grapes. These areas are going to include part of Europe, east and west, India, part of Australia, Canada, and a great deal of the United States, as well as South America. Next, we have more loss. This will consist of our livestock, horticulture, and agriculture. These items will include beef, dairy, pigs, sheep, coconut, cotton, hemp oils, peanuts, and sugars. Next, we will have new faults developing. What I noticed about these is they're running more of a north to south than an east to west. Next, let's look at the epicenters of new major volcanic and seismic activity. So we have up in northern North America, we also have Southern America, Mexico, Eastern South America, Southeastern South America. We're also going to have new activity in Iceland. We have activity in Europe and Asia. all across. We also have a major new epicenter for great activity, which sits right about where the area that I think there's one very large volcano that runs about 1,600 miles across and 1,600 miles north and south. So, an effect of all of this is going to be that new land is going to rise. We're going to have land that rises just west of America, quite a bit west of South America, somewhere near Easter Island or Polynesia. We're also going to have land that emerges southeast of Greenland, as well as the northwest of Europe. So, I hope that this information gives us somewhat of an idea of where is safe and where is not, and what we need to do to survive.
This is where we are with our research. Who do we report this to? Who do we speak to that can start an investigation into these findings? Our military and police are under the control of the very people involved in hiding and stealing the Creator's glory. If they told you this, would you still work for them? As you can see, people, we have some very serious times ahead, and it is going to take a combined effort to get through this. Good luck, people, and share this everywhere. The future depends on it. This is an APM Research decode.
Come go with me. Open your mind. Skeptical mind was all I ever knew. Finding the knowledge of the real world starts with the point of which has no parts. These are the axioms of life, and I take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say, I find the proofs in reality. 'Cause they were right. We know that they were right. Starting with circles and lines alone, constructing the nature of what's known. Conclusions are clear and the evidence seen. This 3D space works perfectly, and I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say, I'll find the proofs in reality. When all around you is sinking sand, you'll have a place on which to stand. Foundations were already built for you, so open your mind. And I'll take my chances with the older ways, hearing the words of what the ancients said. They say my words sound like sorcery, but there's wisdom in all honesty. Come go with me. Open your mind. Come go with me, we'll find the truth.
Hello, and welcome to APM Research, Operation Rainbow Warrior. Operation Rainbow Warrior is an operation I put in place after decoding what is creating the rainbow. You can watch that decode in our 144,000 video. So who are the Rainbow Warriors, you ask? You are, each and every one of you. With your help we can map them and prove to you the people they appear to revolve where you see them. What this means is that they are the electromagnetic signature of angel technologies in the underworld. These are the Creator's glory sealed below, the seal of the 144,000. In other cultures they are saints, deities, cherubim, seraphim, Anunnaki, Elohim, creator gods and many other names and depictions from all over our world. You are all referencing the same Creator's glory below and also beyond man's fake barriers, the international date lines and North and South treaties. The objective of Operation Rainbow Warrior is to teach you what is sacred about these sites everywhere in the world, as we can decode their sacred geometry and its meanings. This knowledge is older than man's written books, of which you must now look at with new eyes, and see that the characters referenced actually relate to the Creator's glory. The Creator's glory is technology of such magnitude and design it extends beyond the known world map, the correct map of which is the Mercator map we use in our research. We invite every human being to participate in this adventure, as you will find it very liberating, enlightening, and of course realise what creates our reality and how to see and recognise their signature in nature. The Creator's glory is technology called angels, and we will help you see them operating in nature, for they create what we call nature. Now, as you know, APM Research are doing a series on the world chakras. Considering we use Glastonbury Tor as our Rainbow Warrior logo, I thought I would decode the Glastonbury Tor for you to see how we do this. Decoding the fourth chakra, the heart at Glastonbury. Don't forget to bring your third eye, the sixth chakra, to see it. If you remember from my Milky Way decode, we consider chakras to be playing a shepherding role and behaving like wave guides for the spiraling waveform we call our Milky Way. Similar to horizontal and vertical hold functions a cathode ray tube would use. Glastonbury is considered to be the heart chakra of Mother Earth, with the ley lines of St. Michael and Mary Magdalene crossing over it. They converge at the Tor, which is located at the top of a small hill and forms part of the Avalon range. Famous for the mist of Avalon, an early morning phenomena that cloaks the town, today that mystery will be solved, and it relates to angel technology below. We are going to keep proving to you what is creating our very nature. There are many stories and legends told about Glastonbury Tor, relating to kings and other names of historic connection. These characters are personifications of the angel technologies below. The names and descriptions of them change somewhat over time, but what is below never changes. This is one of the seal of the 144,000 I decoded sarcophagi to represent, a sealed room below. Holy books tell you the underworld is the angel's prison. It is not lying. You have just forgot they were personified. This is why they are characterized with a halo above them. The spiral glyphs are the spiraling pressure waves of electromagnetism, what we now call wind. It is these halos that create an electromagnetic field and create the rainbows, winds, a projected halo, and of course weather conditions like rain and snow. They draw the sap up into the trees in the morning as the sun rises. Their electromagnetic field reverses polarity between day and night, which I detected on a solar panel. This drone flight was flown by drone pilot Drone HDTV Drone Journey, so a big thanks to you, matey. You captured something important I want to show you all. I want you to see the mist forming in the shape of a halo. It is this halo below that is responsible for the mist and fog conditions in that area. As you can see, it becomes visible during sunrise or sunset, meaning the ether is alternating current as I decoded. Also notice the mist or fog is also not ascending nor descending. It is in a neutral state awaiting programming. So we have effectively decoded the visible aspect of how to identify neutrinos, which now gives us a dawn neutral state, a daytime positive state, an evening neutral state, and a nighttime negative state. Isn't that interesting, people? Another APM first. Okay, now on with decoding St. Michael's Tower, which sits on top of the Tor, which actually means Taurus field, the field created by the angel. If you look very carefully at the buttresses on the sides of the tower, you will notice 4 distinct venturis where it narrows. This represents the same octaves decoded in Walter Russell's motor, and also what I decoded from the King's and Queen's chambers in the Pyramid and Rome Colosseum. It is the blueprint for creating electrical energy, a manufactured torus field using compression and expansion and spiraling or compressed water. As far back as we look in history, man has always known what all of this represents and known how to harness electrical energy. That is very evident now, and it is created by the angels below, which man has always been aware of and harnessed from. This tower represents the compression and fusion point of compressed light in the electromagnetic spectrum. An angel does this using its torus field and the vortex compression flow of a tornado or waterspout manipulating the ether, above land and sea. The angel below the Tor is a king, a very important piece of the Creator's glory, which has been given the name St. Michael in modern times. A Christian once asked me what is sacred about geometry. Let me tell you this now. Our ancestors never worshipped false gods, nor was anything pagan taking place. They were all depicting the Creator's glory in all its weird and wonderful forms, everywhere. They were glorifying it, and all it represents, the exact same glory. Everywhere in this world, they've left us clues to decode. And this is something we are very good at doing, as I'm sure you have noticed. Our world is something created and very special. Need more proof? Behold, the King's rainbow, created by Michael and Mary, the electrical part of electromagnetism 90 degrees in opposition to the physical halo below, the origin of lightning, Adam and Eve, male and female, positive and negative, king and queen, electric and magnetic, masculine and feminine, Atlas and Alice, Jesus and Mary, Ra and Isis, prince and princess, gods and goddesses, the creator gods, the creator's glory of the underworld, found in all holy books, creation stories, glyphs, myths and legends throughout time, are now being proven as true right before your very eyes. There is a creator and their glory is everywhere. You are now a witness to these revelations. This cannot be unseen. It lives there, people. It always has and always will. Now who will be the first to time-lapse it revolving? The heart chakra is a Venturi system of compression and expansion similar to what we decode in lava tubes. It is designed to keep the flow moving, the heart of the angel. It stands to reason our own hearts do a very similar function. We have been decoding the Creator's glory now for over 5 years. We look for ways you can prove this to yourself, and Operation Rainbow Warrior is the way forward, as it involves all of you because this belongs to all of you. Get your children involved in locating and mapping rainbows too, people. They will love it. Rainbows are very special. They are part of the Creator's angels that we get to see in the visible spectrum. I made this clip to show you how the Sun and the angel's electromagnetic sphere interact as the Sun moves across the sky. The rainbow is either the Sun reflecting and refracting on the electromagnetic sphere, or this is what the electromagnetism looks like on a Creator-side scale. When you spray a hose in your garden and find a rainbow, it is being focused down from behind you, meaning the full-sized rainbow is in between you and the Sun, behind you somewhere. When you record rainbows, be sure to look at the colour of its electromagnetic sphere below it, as it does change, and is possibly the reason behind the moon's colour changes we usually see as we are viewing it through this electromagnetic medium in the ether. Let me introduce you to two angels local to me. This one likes to play peekaboo in the mornings. And this one I've been watching for a few months. Watch how clouds gravitate towards the centre of the rainbow in this clip. This is electrical attraction, and you will notice clouds coming from different directions converging into the centre of the rainbow. This is their torus field in operation, drawing in the positives and negatives. I was watching this one a few days ago and noticed it more active than usual. The fingers of clouds coming down like branches on a tree. The winds were increasing, and I was looking around to see if there was anything different taking place. After several minutes I found the culprit. It was you, Lunar. You did this. My local angel was shepherding the arrival of the moon. Lunar tried to hide, but it was too late. I got a positive ID. Pay particular attention to the clouds, people. Their movements are very revealing. We also look into other ways of detecting the angel's halo below, such as walking over sites with a device like this, which is just a piece of wire and an LED. This is basically an antenna now capable of receiving. The length of wire determines the frequency it will be most responsive to. The frequencies they operate on would require a very large antenna, which would just be too large to be practical. Coiling wire like this would be a way of testing. This one is reacting to a USB charging pad below the paper. The idea would be to walk across a site and see if it lights up. If they do, then add more, and at night it would reveal the outline. If you can think of other ideas, let us know. Emily Moyer suggested using a compass to see if it changes. And now for some rainbows. This one is from We Are Waking Up in Cork, Southern Ireland. So what I'll do here is give you some ideas how to go about recording your local angels. Try and use Google Earth to pinpoint the centre on the map. Take note of the rainbow's diameter so you can see where the edges reach. This will give us an estimate of scale. Take a look around in Google Earth at sacred sites, because it is not what is upon the surface that is sacred, it is what is below in the underworld. Once you have obtained the information, let us know the GPS coordinates of its centre and an estimated diameter, and we will add it to the APM database. This one is a full circle rainbow captured by Sunsets Sweden with his drone. I used the video to get some markers in Google Earth we can use to be more precise, which I called location identifiers. This is the smallest rainbow we have ever seen, which brings us to the classifications we will be using as the angels use a hierarchy system. This one would qualify as a cherubim, I think, one of the smaller, lesser roles, but still part of a larger process. There will be a larger one nearby that should connect to it. There are going to be more and more of these as this reset unfolds, so do have your cameras at the ready. This angel is now mapped and added to the APM database. Excellent work, Rainbow Warrior. I'm going to leave you with this helper file so you can start locating angels yourself and adding information. Don't forget to include your children, they are the Rainbow Warriors of tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, what is it that makes a site sacred? It is not what is upon the surface, as they are merely location markers for something very special below. The Creator's glory, the angel technologies of the underworld. Our ancestors knew this very well, as they had many sites already marked, such as we find in UK. Castles built on top of Roman forts, which are built on top of Celtic forts, and so on. They are all location markers. Your holy books and creation stories exist to define your world and its workings. Your very reality. Reality is not a religion. That is a man-made divide. Reality is just that. Reality. The truth. Let this angel be a guiding beacon of light, so that every human being remembers the covenant handed down to them from the Creator, giving you all dominion over this realm. This knowledge belongs to you all. It is your birthright that has been stolen from you. It is time for you to awaken. The future depends on it. Our research is proving there is a Creator, and their glory is the most amazing thing we have ever came across. Now you can ignore that if you like, we cannot. Open your eyes and see the Creator's glory they are desperately trying to hide from you. It is there for all to see. This world is far more magical and mystical than you could possibly imagine. See the glory, people. It is your birthright. This is an angel, a very special one. Look for it and you will see it and know the Creator's glory. Tribes of the world, it is time to awaken. We do this for the Creator, their glory and the future of the human race. All glory to the Creator. Tribes of the world, I bring you the most amazing news and information. For over 8 years now, this research team has been doing a live research, decode and investigation into what this world is and how it works. What we have repeatedly been finding is evidence that this world is governed by technology. By that, I mean technology below ground that is responsible for all of the effects of nature. These effects include rain, snow, lightning, winds, earthquakes, volcanoes, storms, tornadoes, waterspouts and many other phenomena. This technology we have also been decoding from various holy books, the Book of Enoch, sacred geometry, the Nazca Lines, temples, sacred sites, and many other avenues we have covered over the years. We also have many visual sightings of this technology in the heavens. The sun halo, the moon halo, the lunar wave, the inverted rainbow we often see above our heads, even a clear daylight capture of one of these halos. Our research is evidence-based and ties in with our decodings of sacred geometry and every creation story we come across. You see, what they have done is personify this glory over time, to help explain its workings. That message is easily lost and confused with our ancestors being accused of worshipping false gods, when in reality what we can see is they were actually glorifying the creation and the angel technologies that help create this world. They were all explaining how it works. This seems to have stopped 2,000 years ago, and ever since it has been systematically erased and replaced with other theories. Do you really think all of our ancestors got it so wrong? What all of this means is there is a Creator, and their glory is the angel technologies below our feet, which is referenced everywhere once you know what you are looking for. The Creator's glory is not copyright to any race, religion, group or nation. Who would dare to try and copyright such a thing? The angels have a very unique signature, the rainbow. This is caused by a plasma torus field being generated by the angels and the sun refracting and reflecting from this field below the rainbow. The rainbows reside where you see them and they can be mapped. This is why we started Operation Rainbow Warrior, to ask people to start mapping their rainbows so we can add them to a database and map and reveal their locations in the world. Would you be surprised if I told you every rainbow is marking a sacred site below? Marked and unmarked, known and unknown. As you join this amazing project and work of ours, you will learn how the angels in your neighbourhood create your local weather. We have many hints and tips to help you to get to know your local angels. They are usually in groups of 4, so you are looking for 4 rainbows in close proximity and all at a different scale. It is not unique to 4 rainbows, as there may be larger ones to add to this. We have released many videos over the years and done several interviews on the subjects we have covered, from the correct world map, how they seal the off to hide there is a beyond in all directions, and how the seasons work within this map using a decode I did of the Nazca mandala, as I overlaid it with maps until I found the correct map, of which is the Mercator map. No one is crossing the Pacific. The flight data and websites are being manipulated and the data is being flipped to appear to cross the international date lines. This theory of ours has never been debunked. No one can prove they are crossing the Pacific. Don't you find that strange? This is what World War II was all about, taking control of the perimeters. They're all working together to hide this from the people. This has been an ongoing progression of tribal knowledge and destruction of many tribes' creation stories, which all tell the same story. They just have different names for it all. In this video, we go deeper and reveal the spirit form of this technology and how it works, with various references and decodings. So much so, we are going to show you the angel's creation process and many other decodes of this amazing technology our Creator has installed inside the Earth. 9 years ago, I never believed in a Creator. Today, I present to you overwhelming evidence of their existence and their handiwork, thanks to the help of the APM Research team, the Rainbow Warriors, those very observant sky watchers across the plane, and our unique decodings of a great many things. A word of caution. What you will see is going to change the way you look at the world forever. You cannot unsee this. You cannot debunk this. You can only add to it, which reveals more. Our ancestors were all being taught this, in every tribe. You will recognize many parts of our research from your own creation stories, of which we will be decoding more of soon. This is not a religion, this is reality, and it is copyright to none. It is the birthright of every human being to know of this glory, to understand how it works, to partake in its grace, and to protect it from human interference, sabotage, reverse engineering and theft. I hope you would all agree on that. This information overrides all human protocols, jurisdictions and laws, as there is no law above the Most High, for this is what this is all about, our Creator and their glory. What you are looking at on screen is a capture by Sunset Sweden of a waterspout. This is one of the most amazing things you could ever witness in your life, and that is a very big understatement. This waterspout was recorded in Tylösand, Sweden. What we are witnessing is an interface event between the physical angel below and its spirit form above. The interface event takes place through the Vesica Pisces overlap of the 2 halos or coils, which represents the female vagina. The male penis is often depicted using obelisks. It is this process they are referring to, the interaction of the angels and how they create. The personifications we see in stained glass windows, sacred geometry and more are referring to this process. You will come across many sexualized depictions that actually refer to this process. This is the way the angels create. It is a two-way interaction. This is creation before your very eyes, and exactly how the angels create the noble gases and elements from the spirit world above to the physical world below where they reside. These interactions take place every day. They are more common than you think, as creation never stops. We are showing you how to locate your local angels and record these interface events. We will be highlighting more sites across the world where this is very obvious. Some shape the land where it takes place and some do not. Tornadoes, waterspouts and dust devils are signs of this interaction taking place. It can be worded like this: that by the angels of God ascending and descending, it is to be understood that a perpetual intercourse should now be opened between heaven and earth.
Dros Cymru dwi'n rhoi'r ddawn o weledigaeth rhaid mapio'r enfys. Castell Dinas Bran. Mae'r llygad yn ffenestri'r isfyd. Mae hwn yn chacra y rhymwyneb fesica pisgus o anghelion.
Castell Dinas Bran. I remembered this Tor from a previous visit to this site. Like Glastonbury Tor, it is an interface site. The castle on the top will be built on top of older Celtic forts. It is not what is upon the surface that is sacred, it is what is below. If anyone lives near this area, do look out for the rainbows. I'm not sure if this one is real, but do let us know and help us mark them on the map. This is a Vesica Pisces overlap of two halos which has shaped the land. Shout out to drone pilot Ed Jackson for allowing me to use his aerial captures of this site. This one has spectacular views of Llangollen and an Eisteddfod is sometimes held here. There are more of these sites than meets the eye, and we are going to reveal them to you. Why do they build castles and forts on top of the same sites over and over? What does all of this sacred geometry mean? I have decoded the front of the Valley Crucis Abbey, which you will see later in this video. It all refers to the Creator's glory below these sites. Just locate their rainbows. If anyone from Wales is familiar with the creation story, do get in touch. I can decode it for you. Someone is already going to cover Ireland. England and Scotland will also require representation should anyone wish to see their creation story being decoded with APM eyes. This is a capture of a rainbow over a wind farm in Allenby Bay, Cumbria, on the Solway Firth, England. Captured by a Ms. CRW. She said it was right over the wind turbines. I decided to have a drive up there and meet her and try and record it myself. I didn't capture the rainbow that day, but I did capture an event to the left of where it was. This event I recognised as an interface event. I also decoded that this is Medusa. Medusa is a personification of this process. Seen here in a Vesica Pisces depiction. I was gazing at Medusa. I did not turn to stone, but things around me were. Medusa proceeded to soak me for 5 minutes, then gifted me a treasure. True story, but that's for another day. A full circle rainbow, captured by rainbow warrior Phil from Glasgow with his drone. To capture a full circle rainbow, you just need some altitude. Every rainbow is a full circle. Capturing one like this helps to be very precise with its GPS coordinates and diameter, which makes them easier to map. Isn't that an amazing view, people? Look at that. This is a capture by Rainbow Warrior Seeker. Pay attention to the small tree on the left. This is registering an activation from a local angel. You will notice the winds rushing towards it, which helps locate them. On the opposite side of the tree, we always notice a bare patch, which may be caused by the winds rushing through from that direction. In a few moments, this angel is going to change into its spirit world form, comprising a group of 4. I did this decode several months ago, which helped decode a great many other things which will follow. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what a group of 4 angels working together would look like. This is how they grace our world in their spirit form. Some are moving, many are stationary. They glide across our world every day doing their roles and processes. Sacred geometry also tells of their story. Our ancestors understood this very well. Do you recognize this? You should. This is Saturn. Saturn's rings are actually its own rainbow. Mama Angel had never seen Saturn before, so I recorded it on my P900 for her. This one's for you, Mama Angel. They say it is 886 million miles away. I don't think so. The moon's rainbow. Under certain conditions, we get to see the moon's rainbow. Look for it and you shall see it. This applies to all of the wandering stars. I see you all, and I'm going to tell your story. First, we will deal with the base layers of 4. This is how I see their configuration and naming convention. Doesn't cutting Medusa's head off make more sense now? This also helped me decode the 400-year reset pole shift event further. Notice how the 4 halos create this configuration. Now I'm sure you have seen tornado events where the tornado is able to lift very heavy objects. This is due to the elevated North Pole of Eve, the largest halo. The spiraling process elevates its poles above itself. This is a localized shift in the North Pole from a passing angel. So do be sure to send us your waterspout, tornado and dust devil recordings, please. This will give you a better idea of what's taking place local to you. Notice the wind direction changes. The Walter-Russell decode at the top confirms this is what takes place with their North Poles. I will be able to make a better animation now with this information, which will be out later. Eve compresses the ether and passes it to Adam. Adam expands it into his layer. There is a two-way interchange taking place here, including voltages and elements. Layers and anvil clouds. You can see now why aircraft use the tropopause. They will be flying just above the male spiraling pressure waves where the air is calmer. The image in the lower left is an anvil cloud. You can see how the top of it gets flattened by the male's horizontal waves, creating the infamous anvil shape. The Vesica Pisces is also clearly visible. Time-lapse cumulonimbus clouds and you will capture this event. There are interactions also taking place above these ones. Also notice the 4 layers in the Schumann resonance chart and the coherent and organised structure they can obtain. With anvil clouds you will also notice smaller cumulus clouds rising from nearby in a supporting role. These are from smaller halos and don't appear to reach the heights of the larger halo's column. Now we know the reason we see clouds travelling in different directions in different layers. They are all localized angel events taking place at different altitudes of operation. Analog and digital representations. In this decode we see digital is not a new format. The ancients knew it very well. Their creation stories tell this truth. Walter Russell's mortar and the Great Pyramid also use this same design. It has been a blueprint throughout history. This is why it is called sacred geometry. Pillars, layers and temples. In this decode we see how temples represent the truths of the layers. The female vertical columns and the male horizontal planes. This can be found in every culture under many guises and depictions. Atlas is often featured in this role with his plasma torus field on his shoulders. Eve's cone even plays a part with her elevated North Pole. Statues such as Easter Island with a layer or hat on their heads are also depicting the layers. They represent columns and layers. This is how the angels elevate themselves into the sky. It is a very clever use of electromagnetics, electricity being 90 degrees in opposition to magnetism. The Sacred Cross decoded. The vertical bar represents magnetism and the horizontal bar represents electricity, or two angels' columns and layers in the ether. This applies to all crosses. The circle of the Celtic cross represents the plasma tora field or halo. The vertical is magnetism and the horizontal is electricity. The next few images are captures that you can try yourself. This is evidence of our research and has been our path for over 8 years now. There is an order to the creation of elements and the noble gases. This chart made by Walter Russell shows the order things are created in.
All motion is curved. All curves are spiral. All spirals are from the halos of angels and are pressure waves.
As a group of 4, we create these 4 divisions, 2 male and 2 female, each one representing the 4 spirit angels operating within the ether. These are the four faces of the angels. When all four angels are operational, this is the Trinity. They will assemble themselves into the sky above that location. This is then their spirit world form.
The first three spirals do not produce any elements. The creation process starts after that, as the Queen's spiraling cone tightens and rises. The King's cone will come from the duality that is created above this location and will meet with the Queen's cone through the Vesica Pisces. This is often depicted as an angel with a sword. The sword represents the interface event. This is why the king must ask the queen for permission to use the sword. The interface process starts and ends with the queen.
When we start up, you will notice a difference in wind speed. As this increases, so do the magnetic and electric pressures that can be witnessed upon the surface, as they register as winds and waves. These are our spiraling pressure waves of electromagnetism. They modify the ether into a coherent form that is structured and can be manipulated. It is also alternating current due to the polarities constantly switching from our halo's poles.
I am the cathode.
And I am the anode. Permission to use my sword, my queen.
Yes, let's show them the process. Permission granted, my king. Should we show them the 10, my king?
Of course, my queen. Hold tight, we're going in. I'm sure you would agree our interface event is not much different to your own.
We just bear different children.
And just like you,
We like to hold our little cherubs high into the sky for all to see.
ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honour to present to you Jacob's Ladder. I command stations 1, 3, 5, 7 and 9.
And I command stations 2, 4, 6, 8 and 10.
I am the Alpha.
And I am the Omega.
I am the beginning.
And I am the end.
Forever.
And ever.
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 And ever. This now brings us to the layers. With these decodings and knowledge, we can now structure the layers accordingly. This is not final, as there is more to add, but this gives us a lot to work with, and gives the reasons for the causes of the events we witness in the heavens. This is how the angels structure and configure the layers. Expect a future update on the layers at some point, but for now this will work fine and answers a great many things. Adam, Eve, the apple and the snake. This animation made Rysandra's husband demonstrates how the process works in elevating the poles on the halo. Ignore the vertical pole in the centre, that was just used as a guide. The spiralling process elevates the poles above itself, which is what creates the torus field, which in turn creates the rainbow. Adam is the smaller halo, Eve is the larger halo. The apple is their plasma torus fields, and the snake is the interface event of their creation process. And now the Valley Crucis Abbey decode. This is how I decode sacred geometry of the old buildings. This applies to all buildings of sacred design, including the Tartarian designs. This is a group of 4 angels. Notice Atlas can play 2 roles, one where he is in a supporting layer. Here are several ways I can decode this same group of 4 angels using different expressions. I hope we have explained this in an easy to understand manner and given the Creator's glory some justice, and of course given you answers you have been long seeking. As always, if unsure, ask us questions. We love questions. You are all welcome to join our Discord and our Operation Rainbow Warrior program. We have a great team of people working there and more are joining. With this knowledge you will have revelations of your own. Enjoy them as we do. We should be taught all of this in school like our ancestors were. This knowledge is the birthright of every human being. It is the story of the creation of our habitable world and the luminaries by our Creator and their angels. We give you this knowledge freely and honestly, and trust you will share it and not profit from it. We are showing you the glory. You can go outside and prove this to yourself. Get to know your local angels. For the record, no one on the team is suicidal and all are in good health. Should any one of us be attacked in any way, we will take that as an attempt to hide the Creator for the very obvious reasons we have been decoding and revealing to the world over the past 8 years. I dedicate this video to my mother, Mama Angel, whom I had been given very advanced knowledge over the past 3 years of this research to take to the other side. Love you, Ma. This is an APM Research decode.
Come go with me. Open your mind. Skeptical mind was all I ever knew. Finding the knowledge of the real world starts with the point of which has no parts. These are the axioms of life, and I take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say, I find the proofs in reality. 'Cause they were right. We know that they were right. lines alone, constructing the nature of what's known. Conclusions are clear and the evidence seen. This 3D space works perfectly, and I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. I don't care what all the sophists say, I'll find the proofs in reality. When all around you is sinking sand, you'll have a place on which to stand. Foundations were already built for you, so open your mind, and I'll take my chances with the older ways, hearing the words of what the ancients said. They say my words sound like sorcery, but there's wisdom in all honesty. Come go with me, open your mind. Come go with me, we'll find the truth.
This is Hunter Muse.
And this is Chris Snipes, and you are listening
to The Melt.
Well, let's start with since you have not been on our show before, and somebody may be coming across this that's doesn't know what you are into or what this research is. What is the origin of APM research?
Right, this all started the back end of 2015. I come across the flat Earth topic starting to pop up everywhere. So I started looking into it, and it didn't take me very long to see it actually had merit, because, you know, when you understand aviation and how aircraft work, it's impossible for them to actually fly around a globe, and the data would have to show that they're actually doing it, and it doesn't. So, you know, that was for me. It took me 5 minutes to realize that. I thought, wow, what's going on?
Yeah.
And then my first questions to myself were, well, okay, if there's no outer space and planets floating around and stuff, what are the mechanisms creating and moving these, and who created them? That was my first avenue of research. I thought to myself, we must be looking at technology. Then it has to be technology. If it's not what they're saying, there's no other way I could think that it would work. Mm-hmm. So I started looking down, routes of technological evidence, and especially like what the ancestors were teaching. I thought, well, okay, we've got to throw away everything we think we know and start again. What were the ancestors teaching? So I started looking into sacred geometry, trying to decode that, and then I come across the Nazca Lines. I mean, I've seen them before, but finding flat Earth made me start to look a bit deeper into these ancient, glyphs and things, because they're important messages as far as I'm concerned for the future generations to learn from. So what I started seeing, I started mapping the Nazca Lines in Google Earth and, doing color coding them, so I could actually pull out different types of technology it was depicting on the ground. But these are very large scale glyphs that we're looking at. It wasn't done by man. It's impossible. They're too large.
Yeah,
too large,
exactly.
too large and too accurate.
Mhm.
And they'll try and tell you they were done by different tribes. That's why there's so many. Well, no, they all actually form a bigger picture when you put them all together. Because what I was doing with them was overlaying them on the world map and scaling them until it started making sense on the correct map. Now, when you come to flat Earth, you'll find there's various maps and models floating around. I actually started, when I first came to flat Earth, I started supporting them. Then I realized the maps and models weren't working. I could find ways to debunk them myself. So that's why I started doing my own research. Now, with the Nazca Lines, once I started overlaying on the Mercator map, which is the map we use, as we've debunked all the others ourselves, and we can't debunk this map. In fact, we figured out how they pulled it off. But we'll get to that later. But anyway, I started overlaying these Nazca Lines on the world map. And I realized it was crossing the international date lines on both sides. And I thought, hey, this is weird. There's something going on the international date lines. So it made me look into the international date lines. And when I was looking at Flight Radar 24, I started picking up on what they're really doing. They're not crossing the international date lines, flying east to go west or west to go east. They're actually flying routes over the north, over Greenland. I caught a few flights doing it, and I was streaming this live probably about 5 or 6 years ago, showing people what they're really doing. Of course, everyone was following this other map and model that's been pushed around. Well, sold. Yes. It's been sold to the community, but if it doesn't work, it shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
So that's the avenue I went down, and we started doing all the research on the world map, and we realized the international date lines, this is what they've done. They've cut the international date lines, or rather cut the map at the IDLs, wrapped it around a ball, stitched it together, and that's what they've created Google Earth with. Because one of the guys we got the map off, he actually hacked into Google Earth, and he found its algorithms that round the images off as you zoom out more and more. When you're not zoomed out, you're down to street level, it's Google Maps, it's the same map. But the map, the one that he managed to take out of there, it showed a lot more information and data than any we've seen before. Like more in Antarctica.
Yeah.
So and obviously more in the north as well when you cut it off. But yeah, he was following a different kind of theory. He's like he thinks 4D and things like this, which to us doesn't seem real enough. But we could see the discrepancies and trickery going on at the international date lines, which tells us World War II was staged. It was faked to create the globe. Well, help to enforce it, should I say. World War II, World War II was really designed to take control of the perimeters, the North and South Arctic and Antarctic treaties, and the East and West international date lines. They now control air and shipping, and they're flipping the data to appear to cross the date lines. That's what you're seeing on Flight Radar. But in reality, on a level plane, that's impossible. East is east and west is west. And further research of ours on the Diomedes, the sunset and sunrise and sunset times there, and also a flight to the land west of Alaska that they claim is Russia. Well, I tracked a plane on there, and its compass was showing it would be impossible to be Russia. How could Russia be in the east and the west on a level plane?
Sure.
So what you'll find is on old maps, it's called Terra Solis Incognita. So it's hard to find it on old maps. They're erasing history of all this land currently. All the information on it. And that's what you find with like holy books and things. They're constantly changing things, so you never figure things out. Our researchers looked into holy books, religion, all kinds of things, and pieced together what's really going on.
So the obvious question would be, I think at this stage, would be why would that false narrative be perpetuated? Who would it benefit, and what would the benefit be?
In a nutshell, what's really happened is when the Romans invaded Europe and they reset the calendar, that was just after a reset when every nation is going to be at its weakest. We've decoded there's a 400-year reset takes place with these with cycles within this construct, and these people have been taking advantage of it every 400 years now. So they invaded UK just after a reset when we were at our weakest, so it was easy for them to come in and take over. Now that from there on follows the victor tells their story, don't they?
Yes.
Well, what we're finding is they actually never left. Their forts were dismantled and turned into churches. They became your priests instead of an invading army.
Mm.
And they now introduced you to an imported religion, which is what people's following now. It wasn't the religion, but our ancestors did not teach religion. And when you decode the sacred geometry and what it represents, they were teaching the knowledge of this construct and how it works, is what it all really decodes as. Like the sacred spiral, things like that. It decodes as the effects of this technology, spiraling pressure waves of electromagnetism is what I would call it, from very large halos or coils below ground that have always been here and are involved in what we would call nature.
Which is not nature at all. Well, it is nature, but it's really what we can see of the workings of a huge, giant machine that we're inside of, right?
Yeah. We're seeing the effects of technology, and we're calling it nature, is what's really going on. And in our research, you'll find we can localize that technology down to rainbows being its signature, which is responsible for your local weather patterns.
But instead of a machine, like we're used to thinking of machines with cogs and gears and metal parts and stuff like that, this is more a machine that's consisting of organic material, right?
Well, we've got technology basically creating what we call nature and putting place in those luminaries in the heavens, and we seem to have inherited it. I have no idea when it was built. I don't think anyone can answer that question with these resets taking place. So, we've no idea how old it is or who the creator actually is. But what we can see is the creator, or what people would call God, this is their creation. This is their glory that we're discovering. It's always been here.
And do you think that it was something that was constructed for us, or we were sort of something that was inserted afterwards?
We are definitely in sync with it, and we require it to survive and live and breathe what it creates. So it seems to be pretty unique to us, which brings some more questions. Is it a prison?
Yeah.
Or is it a system environment designed to keep us as a species alive, because there's even worse going on outside of what we can see on that map? We have no idea. A lot of these answers, you're going to require full exploration to get the answers.
That leads me to the firmament question. What are your thoughts on the firmament? Do you think that we are under some type of a covering or a shield?
Well, the firmament that you see portrayed in the flat Earth model that's doing the rounds but doesn't work, they seem to think it's something to do with the sky. Now, to me, firm, terra firma, it means ground. The waters above and below the ground is what it's relating to. Not, yes, it relates to the sky, but also what's below ground. You've got positives and negatives taking place here, with the ground being roughly like an equator in between them. So that's what it would translate as to us.
Another take on it would be that this is, sort of a context, and we are the content of an experiment that was just sort of set into motion, and we're just being studied to see what happens. What do humans do in this environment?
Yeah, it does bring some crazy questions up, and even some relevant ones that you've seen probably written before somewhere. Like in holy books, it'll be worded in there in one I read that we were the glory of nations, brought here to partake in the goodness of God's grace. Brought here from where? And what is this place? How big is it? How far does it expand? There's lots of questions when you start looking down that route. So, it does encompass a lot of subjects and put it into one thing, because they're all talking about the same thing, this construct.
Yeah. And as you allude to in your research, there's lots of old, what we would call myths or legends or stories from a long, long time ago that a lot of them point in the same direction or seem to be talking about the same things.
Yes, yeah. And you find that with religions, like Jesus and Mary, and Isis or Ra. It's always a male and female character. And it relates to the technology and how it functions, and its left hand rule and its right hand rule. usage in generating this energy. That's what it really relates to, and in, say royalty terms, you've got this left-hand rule where the royals write with the left hand. So they're emulating all this.
Mm-hmm.
They know what it means. They all know what it means.
Do you think, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, so this entity that took over the world back in the Roman invasion times is still progressively taking over the world and this knowledge.
Do you think what we would think of as the people that sort of run the show here, or would like to think that they run the show here, you think that even these days they're currently aware of this construct?
Oh yes, yeah. They're doing everything in their power to hide it from you.
Mm-hmm.
You look at the, people ask us a lot about like chemtrails and things like that. Well, chems do hide part of the sun halo. You'll notice it hides the very large halo that accompanies the sun halo. You've got a small halo and a large halo when you see it correctly. And that does identify it as a certain type of technology man's calling a particle accelerator, which to us is just man taking over it and saying they built it.
Yeah. So if this is a huge machine or construct, what fuels it? What powers it?
The power source for this is nuclear fusion. This is where it really originates from. Because if you go into, I'll just skip forward. I'll show you the sun halo video here.
Okay.
That's a 3D. Can you see that? Yeah.
Yes.
That's a 3D model made of what people seeing in the sky with this sun halo. Now, if you can't recognize, technology in that design, there's something wrong. These are huge electromagnetic coils.
Yeah.
And I mean huge. Now, the diameter of the halo dictates the altitude of the elevated image that we call the sun. So you can determine the altitude of certain things by the diameter of the halo, if you can see the halo. You can also triangulate this. We've triangulated this once before. 3 of us, 2 of us in UK and 1 in the States, we all seen the sun halo at the same time. So it helped us triangulate where we were all seeing it, and it put it off slightly west of the UK coast somewhere, which all 3 of us, that's where we were seeing it, in that direction. So it can be tracked when you get to see the halo, but their chems hide the larger halo. So all we see is this smaller one mostly. But if you watch some of our sun halo videos that our subscribers and other people have sent in some really amazing captures of this when you see it in cold conditions. Cold conditions to us, it helps us see the electromagnetics at work. That's what you see, and you're seeing an image of something below that is projected above. Now, we use the word projected lightly. It's electromagnetically elevated would be the correct wording for it. It's electricity 90 degrees in opposition to magnetism. That's how it elevates this image into the sky.
So it is an image. It's not an object that we're looking at or a part of the machine. It's more
you're
like
looking at the inside of a fusion reactor. That's the inside of it, and the nature of it within where it's placed in the vesica Pisces of the overlap of these 2 halos is what's projecting it into the sky. If you look at some of our older research on Nikola Tesla, you'll find he was experimenting with projecting particles hundreds of miles into the sky from an open tube accelerator. Well, this is no different because it's the same technology. So man is reverse engineering and playing with it. And you'll find some videos on that in some of our videos on the channel. And what you can see on screen on there. So you see our research is evidence based. We can point to certain things like this one on the screen here. Can you see that?
Yeah.
That was a halo that showed in Newcastle, or over a city in England called Newcastle. And the guy 1111 code, he walked outside, looked up and seen it, and quickly recorded it, and then he told me about it, and that's when I realized you get these stationary ones, and I realized above every rainbow that you can actually map, you will find one of these, because each rainbow is marking the location of each halo. And you'll find they come in different diameters, of course, to make the scarab beetle shape and larger shapes where they all interconnect. So the diameter of the rainbow gives you the diameter of the halo below it. It's like You could say it's like an electrical image 90 degrees in opposition, but what it really is, there is a torus field around that halo below, and we're seeing half of it above ground, and the rainbow stretches over it. Now that the rainbow is just light reflecting off something in the atmosphere, revealing something there. And if you time lapse it, you'll see it slowly move and reveal it is rotating around something round in that area. Half sphere sticking out the ground. Now, if you can see this from an altitude, you will actually see the full rainbow. You see a full circle rainbow from altitude.
Wow.
That's the nature of electromagnetics. It does have the ability to penetrate ground.
And these rainbows never move, right? They're always appearing in the same place.
Yeah, they reside where you permanently reside where you see them. They're just the signature of this technology when it's running. There is a video where you'll see them starting up and shutting down. I'll find the video now.
Yeah.
I'll just stop sharing this one and I'll put the other one on.
In the meantime, did you have something?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you about double rainbows.
They're all double rainbows. It's just they don't always show. But yeah, I've seen. I know what you mean. You see the single rainbow, but yeah, the double is what you're seeing is the positives and negatives either side of that halo. The dark band is a representation of the halo below, and the colours either side of it are positives and negatives. As you will see in Walter Russell's work, each colour of the spectrum has certain electrical properties that you can harness. So it's a giveaway sign of that technology, really.
And I definitely want to get to Walter Russell later. Amazing man, which I had never heard of until I came across your research. And I think it's on your YouTube channel. One of the other members of your team reads one of his books, which I listened to too, and it was absolutely amazing. But real quick, what is the whole title of the research is APM, Angelic Particle Matrix. What does that mean?
The angelical particle matrix is the name we give it to help describe what it is really. Angelic because this technology is what we were calling angels, or the Elohim, the cherubim, the seraphim. They all decode as the same technology or different versions of it doing different roles. So what they've done is personify the technology, and when they put it into books, people bring those books to life as people. But it's not people it's referring to, it's this technology that actually was named. And those names have changed over time. The original names we probably wouldn't get to know because over time it's been changed that many times. And, in modern times we would call them angels. And your saints, or your churches, cathedrals, the saints involved, your saints are a good location marker for them, as are star forts, castles, cathedrals, churches, and sacred sites. They're all markers for this technology. Because what I found in UK, you'll find a Celtic fort, which has got a Roman fort built on top of it, and then you've got a castle built on top of that. They're all fighting for control of what's below there.
Yeah.
It's what's sacred below there that makes it sacred, not what's on the surface. The surface is just a representation of what's below there. Because, what a decoded was a sarcophagi represents a sealed room. And in scriptures, that's the seal of the 144,000, which is really referring to this technology below. It's in sealed rooms below.
And there's a sarcophagi under each angel.
Well, the sarcophagi represents the room that the angel's actually in, or part of it.
Okay. And angels in this story, in this narrative, cosmology, whatever you want to call it, is they are actually particle accelerators, right?
Yes. Yeah, that's correct. That's why we called it the angelic particle matrix, because they're calling it particle accelerators. It's not accelerating particles like it is, but what it's really doing is accelerating water to a fusion point. Like you'll find in that interview with Robin, I decoded Walter Russell's motor, and that's what actually taught me what fusion reactor actually is, what it does, how it works. It's very simple. It's very easy to understand how it works. They've made it so complicated that, they've took control of it and you can't have it and blah, blah, blah. But it's actually very simple technology to understand how that works, because it's just compressing the light spectrum in water to a fusion point is what it's really doing. And in our 144,000 video, you'll see a decode I did of the kings and queens chambers in the pyramid. They are part of a fusion reactor. That's the positive room and the negative room. And the Pharaoh's pump is the water pump system that pumped the water into these chambers to create the what you're looking at with the the niches in the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Each one of them, the narrows and narrows and narrows, they're octaves, and they're actually you can actually harness energy from each octave. This is also what your chakras are. It's the same thing as a chakra. So octaves and chakras are the same thing. In this case, it's referring to harnessing electrical energy. And that's what Walter Russell's motor actually is. It's a copy of that, which is a copy of this technology below, as far as we're concerned. This is where it's coming from. I'll tell you this in the Emerald tablets. It says man's always trying to bring it to the surface. Mm-hmm. Bring what to the surface, you should ask.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it starts to become obvious, doesn't it?
Yes.
There's things going on down below that everyone's looking up and no one's looking down. That's the problem. That's how they get away with it. They want you looking at the stars and planets and beyond that you can't prove or go to yourself or anything. But all the ancestors are talking about the underworld and how it works,
mm-hmm.
which are the creator gods of the underworld, which to us are the tools of creation of the creator. These are the creator's tools of creation. And they've always been here, and we've earned the right to live amongst it, or we were put here from somewhere else. But like you said, it does bring other questions. Where did we come from then? How big is this place?
Exactly. Is it a terrarium? Is it?
What happened to the last one? Did these globalists break that as well?
Exactly.
That's because a new one.
Yes.
There's lots. I'll tell you what, you do need a good sense of humor to work with this. It'd drive you insane if you didn't have one.
Absolutely.
There's so much information that we put into these videos, and we do jam pack them with information.
Yes.
Can you see that one on screen now?
Uh-huh.
This is information that people can help us with, recording the local rainbows, GPS marking them, getting an idea of the scale, diameter of the rainbow, and look for holy sites or churches or whatever in that vicinity of that circle. And you'll find they're probably usually sitting attached to it somewhere.
What is the benefit from, you say that you're trying to locate where these rainbows are. What is the benefit of mapping where they're at?
To prove that they exist where they do before they steal them.
Mm-hmm.
Because, according to them, the world has now got 30,000 particle accelerators. To us, that's, what's the magic number when they're going to stop? 144,000?
Mm-hmm.
So, to us, they're just redressing them and saying they built them, but they're actually studying them and reverse engineering them. This is the why of everything.
Was it the Vatican translator Mauro Biglino? How do you pronounce his
Mauro
last name?
Bellino, yeah.
Bellino, yes.
I'm glad you brought him up, because I was going to anyway. Hold on.
Oh, good. Yeah. He had some amazing stuff to say.
Yes, he does indeed. I'll just present this image.
Okay.
Will it show an image on this? Let's have a look.
Because when he was translating, did he call the angels robots? Is that what the word he
did? Yes, yeah. Okay. What he was decoding in the Vatican from old texts was that the angels were technology, robots as he called them,
mm-hmm.
and they're all aware of it. And he goes even deeper and deeper into that. It's a brilliant interview that he done with Sarah Westall. They actually blocked the video off YouTube, but I managed to get half of it. But, he was putting that information out in around about 2017 when I was already decoding this. And, and it made me sit up and listen. I thought, this guy knows what he's talking about. He's talking my language here.
Yes.
But, he still thinks he's on a globe and there's aliens involved. And, so they easy get lost because they don't know the true world science and what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But what he did say in this book, if you can see that, Gods of the Bible.
Yes.
He's telling you in there, the gods of the Bible are plural. It's not talking about one God, it's talking about many. Now, what we're trying to tell people for the last 5 or 6 years is these are the creator gods of the underworld, the angels that it's actually talking about. It's not talking about people. It's telling the story of each angel in the underworld and, its roles and what it's supposed to be doing. If you decode it right, you start to see, wait a minute, this is talking about technological processes, not people. And that's what he's seeing. But he's, like I said, he's associating it with advanced alien races and things like this.
Yeah.
But as far as I'm concerned, we are an advanced race. We've never been primitive. We've always been thinkers.
Mm-hmm.
Do people think we just stood around doing nothing until the Romans invaded and built everything?
Exactly.
No, wrong. We had our own monetary system and everything before they came. So, the victor told his story, but that's not what we're seeing. We can see what they really did. They told us our ancestors were doing pagan worship and chastised it and brutalized everyone into following a religion for a long time. So eventually, everyone looks back at that and says, oh, no, that's pagan and satanic.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guess what? Your world's leaders all follow this same code. They all use the same symbology because they understand what it means, because they've stole it.
Mm-hmm.
So they want you to believe in a religion, yet they know the truth of how it really works and what all this really represents, and they've stolen it. It's, as far as I'm concerned, this is every human being's birthright to know this information.
Absolutely. And it's interesting that some of this stuff gets pulled from YouTube, because really, what possible reason would they have to pull something like that? How much harm is it going to do somebody? Like, I could understand why they would do medical misinformation or something like that, just because that would make sense to them. But this kind of information, unless you're right over the target, why would they care?
Yeah, well, I said to the team a long time ago, what we reveal, I realize, we're onto this a long time ago. I can see what's going on. And I told the team, I had to warn them when they joined, actually. You join this team, you're probably putting your life at risk at some point in the future, because anything we reveal accelerates their plans.
Yeah, for sure.
When we released our 144,000 video, the day after was when that thing started a few years ago. It started the day after. Now, I'm not saying we're responsible for it, but it's kind of very close to what I said to the team. It will accelerate their plans, but doing that also makes mistakes, and they've been seen making many mistakes doing this.
Sure.
So it also shows us there is a one world government already here controlling many nations.
Absolutely.
So our problem now is, who do we speak to? Who do we talk to about this?
Yeah.
I've asked if we can speak to any tribal leaders but even they'll be, because they'll have knowledge of this. It's not written, it'll be spoken but not written, that they probably passed down. But they're probably putting themselves at risk talking about it. But at some point in time, they're going to have to. We need backup on this, and we can help them explain what their ancestors told them in better modern terminology.
Mm-hmm.
So we can help them, and they can, confirm what we're saying, is what I'm hoping.
It seems like you would almost have to appeal to something or someone outside of the construct. Otherwise, we're all sort of subject to the same rules that they're trying to impose on us.
Yeah, we certainly are.
Sure.
You get to that point, you think, wow, what can I do with this? What do we do with it? All this information, we've decoded so much, it's impossible to put into videos. We haven't got the team big enough to keep up with what we can actually decode.
Yeah.
But what we decode, we look for the evidence-based things that we can decode first, like rainbows and halos and lunar waves, which are basically these stationary halos that we show people how you can capture them. You find where a rainbow resides, above there at some point. When the moon's passing, you should get a luminary wave, because there'll be a halo above it. They want it, its projection, its elevated self. That's the duality it talks about in nature. The duality is the positives and negatives of this technology and how it works to create. It's a really amazing science. It's not science I've seen anywhere.
For sure. Yeah,
and it's not so hard to understand. Well, for me, it's not. But I'm no genius, but I'm finding it quite easy to decode and understand.
And you have been with it the whole time, throughout all of the stages of the research. Whereas somebody like me, who really only came across it when I heard Emily Moyer interview you, it's a lot to take in at once. But you've been hanging out with this stuff for 7 years, so you've had time to piece it together and put it in the put the pieces where they belong. And whereas somebody like us, or somebody who might be listening to this podcast, might stumble into it, and it might seem so overwhelming and all-encompassing that it just takes a while to absorb. But your videos help so much.
Yeah, you find that, a lot of people come, but they don't know what questions to ask because they've probably been answered in these videos and probably answers they didn't have questions for yet.
Sure.
You find that. Oh, the good thing is, they can add pieces to it.
Yes.
So, they can say, well, that makes sense because I figured this out when it actually relates to that. You do get that sometimes. People adding more information to this bigger picture.
Yeah, I like that aspect of it too. It's a puzzle that's constantly getting bigger and bigger.
And gets easier to explain as well. Over time, it does become easier to explain to people. It was hard work at first. You think, you get to a point, you get so far into it, you think, well, good God, how am I going to explain this to the world? There's so much information. It's information overload. Anyone that looks into it and starts, you will have your own revelations watching this. You'll figure things out we haven't even thought of yet. It's bound to happen.
Have you thought about releasing, not to make money, of course, but releasing hard copies of these videos in case they all get yanked off YouTube someday?
Yeah, we have had people ask us to write books, but I would need a ghostwriter because I really don't have the time to sit down and do that. I mean, I do take lots of notes. I decode things all the time, every day usually, and I just write it down so I don't forget. And it gets added into a book or into the back of my brain, and we can bring certain aspects of it up in conversations like this where I haven't had time to make a video, but can bring it into a conversation and just say, that's what I'll do with the information because it's just too much to put into video.
And I'm just thinking it would be a shame to all the videos, all this information is kind of in one place, and if it just got swiped, if they decided to yank the channel, that would just suck because you guys have put so much work into this.
We expect that to happen anyway. I'm actually surprised it's still there.
Exactly.
I think this other agenda going on is, it's help mask it a bit. Plus, we do put music and things into this, so it maybe helps confuse the algorithms. I don't know.
Yeah, sure. But,
I want to. A bit of music does help to soothe things because I think you'll need a bit of soothing after delving into this.
Yes, yeah, exactly. It really helps too. It really adds a cinematic quality to it. But at some point, I'm going to download all of this stuff just to have and just burn it onto a disc or something, just to have a hard copy of it, just in case it does get taken down.
We've actually told people to make a time capsule and put as much of this information in as possible because this information is what our ancestors were warning about. In like the emerald tablets, there's warnings in there for humanity. Everywhere you look in history, in fact, there's warnings for humanity, and it's all relating to this. It's the resets. There'd be warnings for that. There's warning about man bringing things to the surface from below. They're all warnings. There's always been warnings. There's obviously always been wars. Every war to me now is a progression of the theft of this construct. They're all working together.
Yeah.
And they've got us fighting amongst each other. These people have no allegiance to any race, religion, group, or nation.
Of course,
they're operating outside of the known world social system. Really, I mean, when you start decoding this, you do stand back a bit away from society because you think, "Oh, how do we explain this to someone?"
Yeah, you can't just do it in an elevator on the way to up
to. Like, they would look at you like you're a nut job, wouldn't they?
Exactly.
What are you saying?
Yes.
Yeah. But the good thing is it's evidence-based research we do, and like with the rainbow, we can point that out. You can go out there and prove this to yourself. These things reside where you see them, and this world is a lot more magical and mystical than they would let you believe. And it does tie in with, like I said, myths, legends, glyphs, holy books. The whole creation story is all about this and how it works.
Yeah, I don't think that you would think that saying that what we know as nature and reality is a large construct or machine would take something away from it. But to me, knowing that or assuming that everything that you're laying out and all your research is true, it adds a completely different magical dimension to everything. Actually, if it's a machine, it's a incredible, beautiful, wonderful machine.
Yeah, amazing. It's all time cycles. It's all in sync. Nature's in sync with it. It's creating those clouds you can see there. That rainbow there, it lives there. That tor, it's created by the eye of the overlap of the vesica piscis of the two halos in that vicinity.
It seems like if the I'm just going to call them elites for the sake of the argument, or parasites, as Hunter likes to call them, know about this. You would think that they would try to be working in concert with it to utilize it for whatever ends that they seek to set forth. Instead of, it seems like other, as it is now, they're trying to separate us from this cycle, this nature, this machine.
Yeah.
It seems like they're trying to get between us and it.
Yeah, they don't want you to know it exists. They want you to think you live on a globe, nothing's relevant. You're flying through space, get on with your life and get a job.
Yeah, you're just a random smattering of atoms.
We've actually been born into slavery and we didn't see it until now. Most people haven't realized that yet. When they come across a research like this, they'll start figuring that out. Wow, we've always been enslaved for quite a long time, and this entity has always been in control, is what it reveals. And it's always been progressing its theft of the construct by invading other nations under the guise of religion.
Yeah, I was going to say that's one of the reasons why there's been a decision to go in and destroy primitive tribes, and try to universalize language.
Yeah.
Because the English language, for example, or the Spanish language is very easy to manipulate. So you can go into, I think there's 1,700 languages that are spoken worldwide. And I think if you went into some of these tribes and you asked them about this technology, their elders would have information, but it would not be in perhaps translatable language.
Yeah, it'd probably be a more basic explanation of how something works, or a certain creator god, which is where we can help. We can give it the modern terminology and description that they actually need to describe it.
I think that's the intention of destroying the Aboriginal population in Australia.
Yeah, same way they invaded America. They took the land off the Native Americans. Same happened in South America. They destroyed their codexes, so they no longer had the creation story history. They had to adopt the Spanish theme. This is this same entity working together.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you can see it, because that's it's exactly what I see. That they've just gone and taken over everywhere and installed their system.
Yes.
And we get taken over there, like during the wars. They take all the children there. It's just population movement where they need votes and to put their system in. So we're actually helping them install their system. We actually pay taxes to the Roman Empire.
Mm-hmm.
That's who you're paying tax to, really. And it's still at war with the world until it has all this.
So are all of these particle accelerators active at the same time, or do they fluctuate and go in waves?
Yeah, they activate and deactivate. You'll find they accompany luminaries across. So the sun's coming across, and you'll find, winds rising, things. If you can feel wind, there's one local to you. They're all localized events. Your wind, your rain, your snow. They're all localized events to the angel in your area. That's why you can drive through rain, and all of a sudden it's sunny, and you think, why did it stop there? That's it's a localized event from that angel. What it's doing is, the in Walter Russell terms, divided matter rises, multiplied matter falls, which is your rain. So Eve divides, that's the large halo. Adam multiplies, that's the smaller halo. Electric and magnetic working to create what we call nature. So that would be the real holy water, I would say, rainwater, because it's been electrically charged by Adam and Eve.
Yeah.
Or Isis and Ra, pick a male and female name. That's the theme.
Mm-hmm.
And on video there, this is a video that someone sent us from Ireland, and the location of a rainbow they captured. If you look carefully, you can actually see that's a star fort.
Mm-hmm.
Hidden amongst all the buildings, that's a star fort they've built upon. And the star forts, they're a good marker for them. Star forts, cathedrals, castles, they're all location markers for this technology. That's another thing we decoded. They're all a modern day sarcophagi would be a church or a cathedral, a building like that represents the room below.
Mm-hmm.
In the older days, it was like what we would call a mummy's type coffin, a sarcophagi, but that's the same. It's the same thing. It just represents a room below.
Where does the Schumann resonance fit into all of this? Or is that... Go
The
ahead.
Schumann resonance is this technology's signature. If you look, I did do a video on that, where you can see there's a certain layer of them at a certain altitude on the map. What you're looking at with that is a side scan of the world from somewhere up north, and you'll see there's a layer going right across at low level, like a band of electrical discharges, and that's these lower band halos. There's different layers of halos. The first layers terminates in the troposphere, or tropoplane as we would call it. So your clouds get, when you see a cloud going up like a mushroom bomb type cloud, you'll notice it start to flatten at a certain altitude at the top. That's because the halo in the sky at the top is, its wind is spiraling outwards, so it's flattening the cloud. So that's the tropopause, where aircraft probably fly. It's a bit, it's a bit calmer above there. The next one up would be, the meso. There's the mesopause and the, what's the other one called? I still have to do a video on this. I figured that out in the layers. I just haven't made a video on it. But that's what they relate to. There's different layers at different altitudes of this technology, and the altitude is dictated by the scale of the rainbow. The bigger the rainbow, the higher the altitude it can, manipulate. This technology really is what I would call atmosphere processes. They create all the gases, the elements. They convert elements into matter, which is what you kind of see with a tornado. That's the tornado. You've seen half of the picture of a tornado. The other half's taking place below. So that can answer tornadoes. And you look at all the clouds, and there's certain type of clouds that you can watch and relate to this technology. It gets easier and easier to recognize what this technology manipulating the atmosphere. Like that, that one there that I just showed you, that was a small one. It was only a few hundred feet wide above a river in Sweden. So that's the head. That's a small one. That's Adam. There'd be a bigger one connected to it somewhere nearby. I've told him to look for it. And there's a church in the vicinity and a few other buildings. So, it's looking suspect already. So, yeah, they like to mark it. And this is where your parishes come from. I don't know if you use that word over there. But like parish council, it's just, the local angel is what it's really about. So, the religious buildings, this is going to be a hard pill for people of faith to swallow. They've been tricked into believing these characters in books are really people, when actually they represent the various technologies below. They've just been, personified, the technology. So that'll be a hard pill to swallow. So apologies for that, you religious people, but if you want the truth, that's what it is.
What I find so fascinating is that as a youth and kind of growing up and going into the psychedelic realm, I had this vision of Jesus being an angel. And that what I mean by that is not that he was an earthly man, but I saw the physical manifestation of Jesus being an alien. And what that is consistent with it is this idea that the humanization of Jesus is actually a particle accelerator.
Yeah, it makes sense. The sun halo is where it's coming from. Jesus to us translates as the sun in the sky, the son of God. God means light. If you read the Bible, it tells you God is light, which translates to us as electric. Light is just electric being manipulated. So that would translate Jesus as the son, and Mary, like I said, the male and female character. Jesus is the son, and you've got Joseph and Mary, the mother and father. That's the big halo and the small halo. Between them, they create Jesus, or the light. That's why Jesus can walk on water. It's the sun's reflection it's talking about. So that's where it decodes us to us. That'll upset a lot of people, but we're not the only ones that have said this. There's other people said it relates to the sun, and we can see actually relates to certain parts of the technology of the configuration of the sun. The same with like Genghis Khan. So he's supposed to have 64 sons and daughters or something. Well, that to us would decode as a halo that's got 64 nodes on it, which would, which are actually pole north and south poles. So that's where the family connection comes in with some of this terminology they use in holy books and even in other books. The family it's talking about is what you can see on the screen there, the different poles and different configurations of these halos. That one there, that's like the sun's halo. That would be the rule of 8. It's an electrical terminology.
But yeah, the fascinating thing is how many translations of the Bible there have been. So in the original iteration of the Bible, it's very possible that this was laid out. But I think that religion has become an anesthetic for people, and the word of God becomes this mandate or this intention not to question what that book says, as opposed to, applying discernment and saying, how could this book go through so many translations and we feel that we would know what the word of God truly is.
Yeah, to me, they keep rewording holy books to hide even more and more information. You read like the Book of Enoch.
Mm-hmm.
It never got canonized because it's far too revealing and obvious. It's talking about technological processes. When you look at the technological mind, and it's telling you how this world works, and the characters it's talking about in the book are actually luminaries or certain technologies and their process or roles. So, it's there everywhere, encoded in not just holy books, like I said, it's in glyphs and everywhere. They've just been trying to hide it. And I think it's more division. If people, like you said, people don't, the ones that question it, well, they're making new religion for them, won't they?
Mm-hmm.
Anything but the truth is what you're finding. They'll never give you the truth. They'll give you half truths. But yeah, they've totally changed it, and it's a mess. And what they've done is, I'm not even sure if it's fixable in our time, to be honest. There's that much confusion and loss of knowledge caused by these people. Is it even fixable? Have we got time to fix it? We are on a timer. We're all on a timer, and so are they. They have to time their resets in advance of the reset the construct has, because they don't want witnesses around when it happens, because it's going to debunk what they've been telling you. You're going to see you don't live where you thought you lived.
Yeah.
These celestial events take place, you're going to see lots of strange, weird things going on in that sky, revealing that it's not what they said it is.
Mm-hmm.
The latest one is scientists are now saying the Earth's course now going the opposite. It stopped rotating more when it was going the other way. What they're actually really saying is the world's going to stop and go the other way, but what it really means in our research is what I've said in our 144,000 video. Well, we're looking at the stars. This is an effect of this technology, and it's going at such a rate, it causes what I call the wagon wheel effect. So it looks like they're going east to west, but they're actually going west to east when you slow them down.
Mm-hmm.
I made a video about it, and I showed it in the 144,000 video. I actually ran, I give them a frame rate of 666 rotations per minute. And it actually caused the wagon wheel effect and caused the stars to look like they were going the opposite direction.
Wow.
Which kind of matched what I think it was Hoppy Prophecy says, the stars will slow down or reverse direction. And I thought, well, that actually makes sense, because that's what I'm seeing here with this animation. It's going the opposite way to what we think at such a rate. It's causing that wagon wheel effect. But when it stops, we're going to start seeing some crazy effects happening in the sky. They don't want you to see it. So, the Chem program and these other plans, A to Z in operation, to make sure you never see it.
So what is their timeline? Not the Great Reset timeline, but the timeline of the big reset.
Theirs will take place before the world one, of course. I mean, what they're doing is trying to make everyone go digital.
Mm-hmm.
This is how you steal the world's wealth, because once this reset happens, everything you own digitally is gone forever.
Mm-hmm.
And, that's now stolen the world's wealth. And what that's going to cause is the world to go into chaos. It's going to be like a Walking Dead scenario when it happens. You've no money. The shops are going to run out of food because they control them all. They made sure of that over the last couple of years by destroying all the businesses they didn't own. So they can stop the food coming in any time. You've got a Walking Dead scenario on your hands. There's a famine coming. You know, they've stopped us getting our access to real food and replaced it with their GMO products.
Yes.
So they already control all that, and they can stop it at leisure. And, you know, where you're going to go for your food when that stops. So, you know, what we've been saying is, you know, learn what's edible in nature and go from there. And nature will look after you if you know what you're eating.
Yes, absolutely.
So that's kind of, you know, we give advice on those kind of things, and even other, you know, other cures for things. But you've got to be careful talking about that now. You get your channel banned. I'm already on a warning there and in my Discord server. You know,
Crazy.
tell her for, you know, for giving good advice.
Yeah.
It can't be debunked either. But you know, the advice, it's common knowledge, but they don't like you talking about it anymore. So you know, that's where we're at with this world, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. They're showing their cards right there. So what exactly are the luminaries, and what function do they serve in all of this?
Do you want to pick a luminary?
Yeah, sure.
The wandering stars. They're all in. What I do know is they're all involved in creation processes of different types of elements. You know, the sun. You know, they say the sun is elements gold, so it would be more productive in the gold region of the spectrum of what it's creating. Which is, you know, you look at gold veins in the ground. Where's it coming from? Well, you know, when I decoded the Birkeland currents, you'll see that in one of the videos where you see these dust devils coming out the ground and rising up. This is one of the poles on one of those halos activating, because how it works is, you know, they elevate their poles up into the air, and when they connect, that's when they can harness electric. You'll see an animation of that in the 144,000 videos. So that's what the poles are actually doing, you know. I think Adelaide Scallon is if you know Adelaide Scallon
no,
of was it Crystal Castle he made? I forget the name of it now. The place in Florida. I can't remember the proper name of it. It's been that long since I looked at it. But yeah, you know, his wheel that he made, it probably operated the same way. If you run it at a certain speed, it should elevate its poles above itself, and that's how this technology works. The halos aren't moving, but the accelerated flow in them is causing the poles on the halo or electromagnetic coil to elevate into the sky, and it will penetrate ground, which is what you're seeing with tornadoes and, you know, your dust devils and everything else. So they do create your local weather events. So when you see, you know, a dust devil or a tornado nearby, you know there's an angel there somewhere, and that's coming from it. So you can be able to watch for it next time, or watch it manipulate the weather or clouds in your region. So, you know, there's lots of evidence you can look for and give you clues of where it's located. And, you know, like the rainbow's the best one for getting its scale. You know, we've seen ones like 17 miles wide and ones down to hundreds of feet wide. So yeah, they come in all kinds of scales and diameters. If you look at CERN's configuration on their future halo, the future accelerator they're going to build, it's the same configuration we're already seeing with the rainbows. They're already here. You know, this is one of the best ways I can think of that we could prove to the world, look, this technology is here, this is its signature, this is how you locate it, and this is what all the sacred sites above its ground will actually are marking. So yeah, they're laying claim to the Creator's glory is where it's all decoding as. You know, who's got the right to do that?
Lord have fucking mercy.
Did you say Lord have funky mercy?
Have funky mercy on me. It's an Al Green bootleg.
Al Greenberg.
Private Eye. So, your first introduction to all of this, what did you think?
Well, my second, I listened to the Emily Moyer app.
Yes.
It was absolutely wonderful, and I try to approach these subjects with a very sponge-like mind and not judge and just listen. And it was
absolutely fantastic to do that. He has just a incredible cachet of data and info. It's pretty fucking mind-blowing.
Yeah, it is. And it's interesting that there's such fantastic visuals to accompany it. It's almost as fantastic as the information itself, which you see now why I want to go and watch it on our larger screen, because it's very, very visual. And I think it will help me to absorb some of it a little bit more.
Yeah, and it's cool how much of that stuff I have seen in my different hallucinatory experiences over the years, long before I knew about FPV Angel or any of this work. I was taking psychedelics and I was having experiences where I saw a lot of the things that he has visualized.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. So I look forward to sitting down, maybe if you're up for it sometime, and we can pour through some of that information, because I'm a visual person. I know that you are too. We can absorb some of that stuff visually along with the information that's presented. They're like little mini documentaries, really. They're really well put together. I don't know how anybody finds as much time to not only research all of this stuff, but to present it in such a really artistic and aesthetically pleasing way. It's really amazing. And I wasn't exaggerating. If you go onto the FBV Angel channel, there's a live stream going almost all the time, almost every day. It's really mind-blowing. So it's, again, another aspect of this research that is very interactive. It's not something set in stone. It's not something that will ever get calcified, because it's constantly having life breathed into it, and it's being challenged by questions and poking holes or trying to poke holes and new information, and just constantly amassing this picture, this snapshot of this realm, and maybe what actually makes it all run, makes it all work.
I'm curious about people from other countries and other parts of the world that are tapping in too, because I don't know, it's very intimidating to have this right in my face like this.
That's how mics work.
I know, but I don't want him to work that way. I want him to work sideways over here, but you can still hear me. You can still hear me when I'm over here.
Like that. Imagine it like a flashlight, and you want to speak into the beam. It's not a spotlight.
I'm afraid of the beam.
Well, then perhaps you should be podcasting.
Probably not. I'm questioning that.
Anyway,
as I was saying, before you dipped in there, what I was saying is that I'm curious about people from other parts of the world and what their perspectives on this work is, because of language. And I think language is a very interesting sensor and controller. And I'm sure there are people who don't have access to the internet, that don't have access to media, who probably know about this type of phenomena and experience based on oral tradition.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. And oral cultures, most likely, that's where those people would be.
But were you going to say that directly into the mic, or were you going to say that over here?
My mouth is still tethered to the beam of the metaphorical flashlight.
Good to know. I like it.
Perhaps we should get on to our meal and stuff like that, and let the information and the interview speak for itself. I think it's pretty obvious that our minds were appropriately blown by this information. I've been absorbing it for the last couple of weeks, listening to hours and hours of it, and it's amazing and really hard to wrap your mind around, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't try, because I think that there really onto something. And it's not just a bunch of conjecture. They have a lot of things to back up their information, a lot of eyewitness information, and a lot of delving into old mythologies and stories and stuff like that from all around the world, or I should say, all around the realm. That point to the same direction, and it fits this narrative like seamlessly. So I really think they're onto something.
I would say that it's not necessary for your mind to be wrapped around it. I think this is more of an intuitive knowledge. I think what I find fascinating about it is how it just naturally resonates, where it makes sense. So um, I'm more than happy to let someone else do the math and the legwork and just to absorb the information from a psychic perspective or from a soul perspective.
Sure.
Because I think that is it for me, that's more necessary than understanding the machinations. I don't think I need that. I think I just need to know from an intuitive stance, and it just feels like some things resonate as truth and some resonate as bullshit. And so, like, politics resonate as bullshit for me. That doesn't resonate even slightly as truth. This, it feels like it's a language that I already know and understand.
Sure. It's just all gathered in one place and
Yeah.
really so dense. I think the denseness of it is what
Yeah.
I get overwhelmed. That's what I have a hard time wrapping my mind around, is the density.
Yeah, 7 years of doing research on anything is phenomenal.
Yeah.
And doing research on this type of subject is just absolutely incredible, and I applaud every member of this organization and their just ability to do it. It's just phenomenal.
It's also testimony to the fact that research should not be left to the experts, or institutions or people that are licensed to do this. This is research that anybody can do with information that is not only sprinkled throughout science books and our current history or version of history that we read, but through all kinds of again, oral traditions and things that have been passed down for thousands of years from all over the place. So it's just a matter of uh, maybe approaching it with a certain type of lens, and being able to decode it in a particular way and seeing how it fits into the big picture.
I think the thing that just really kind of drives it home is uh, how many cultures have been destroyed, how many libraries have been destroyed, how much evidence has been destroyed. I think that if you look at it from that perspective, it makes sense. It's like, yeah, that, if somewhere along the lines someone wants to be the person who is writing history, they're going to make sure that they destroy every other version of history or attempt to disavow it or debunk it or in any way they can malign anyone who believes something other than their version of reality.
Yeah. And if you've been around for any length of time, which I know you have, you can see how easy it is to whitewash reality and history and the lineages of people that have been around for a long, long time, and oral traditions, the people who come and eradicate those folks, replace it with their own, and then they replace that time and time again. So it's like an archaeological dig of different layers of knowledge and firsthand experience that just kind of get buried under um, whatever sideshow comes in to set up their shop and decide that they're going to change the story about everything or steer things to benefit them.
Weird sync about Walter Russell's birthday and death day
Yeah.
being yesterday. That was kind of cool finding out that it was May 19th. I was also thinking about one of my fellow McNair scholars who is a Mexican woman who is doing research on a native Guatemalan language. And, in her research, she was discussing in the presentation that she did, she was discussing how Spanish has been used as the primary language in Guatemala, and what the intention is to eradicate all of these other languages that are native to Guatemala. And I was thinking, wow, that's really, the intention behind that is to take away people's cultures, to take away people's traditions, to eradicate, these tribes that are all through Guatemala. And why would you want to do that? Well, now it makes sense.
Yep.
Exactly. The sales pitch is that they're trying to modernize and unify the country. That's how they're pitching it to the people. And they're pitching it to the youth. And of course, you have people who have cell phones and are trying to be more westernized or more Americanized. And so they want to fit into what is considered maybe a more modern society. And so they're compliant. They're going along with it. And they vilify you if you try to speak the native language. So it's an interesting aspect. But this language, strangely enough, is being taught at KU. And so there's a segment of the population, what is kind of an unintended consequence is that there's a segment of the population of youth that is trying to embrace these native languages, teach these native languages, and perpetuate their use so that people who are from Guatemala or not from Guatemala will learn the language and understand these oral histories and these oral traditions.
Cool. Shall we wrap it up?
Let's do it.
Okay. Thank you all for listening or watching, depending on which sense organ you use to absorb this information. I thought it was fantastic, and I can't wait to get into more conversations with FPV and maybe more members of the APM team.
Let's do it.
Let's do it, definitely, before the end of the year, for sure. Maybe in the next, we're booked until mid-September, so maybe October-ish, something like that. Thank you all so much. Thank you, patrons, for helping to make this show possible and getting me one step closer to doing this full time, which is my intention. Much appreciated. Much love to you all. If you have guest suggestions, the usual song and dance recipes, stuff like that, you can send them to the Melt podcast at protonmail.com or
hunter-muse@protonmail.com. Now I'm self-conscious about this. God blessed mic.
Why? Self-conscious? What do you mean?
Because now I'm trying to do what you suggested.
Oh my God. Don't ever do what I suggest. Just hover around that area. That's all I suggest. Be upside down, do whatever you want. Anyway, we'll have this conversation off the air. Much love, everybody. Take care. Fantastic stuff coming your way. And until next time,
See ya.
stay true to yourself.
Do it.
Secrets of love whispered tonight, broken down angel got lost in the cold night. City screamer, I look for your eyes. Someone to lay to the night. Your music talks to me, hits me tonight. One kind of woman, I hear you say, so let it be love, let it be love, oh yeah. Let there be love, oh yeah. It heals and it hurts. She leads you to heaven's door, leaves you for love. Someone to lean on, and you know, some magic conquers me, lives in my soul. She come like an ocean, I hear you say, love will conquer anything. Let it be love, oh yeah. Let there be
Like the best one I've ever got, FPV. This is for you, buddy.